நான் இருக்கேங்க ஐயா லைன்ல. லைன் இருக்குங்க ஐயா.
சரிங்க ஐயா. வாங்க ஐயா, ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் மாத்திரம் ஸ்பீச்சுங்க ஐயா.
சரிங்க ஐயா.
ரைட்டுங்க ஐயா. நன்றி.
நன்றிங்க நன்றிங்க ஐயா. வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
அதுல பேசாதீங்க.
ஐயா ஹூசூர் ரங்கசாமி ஐயா ஆரம்பிக்கணும் இல்லையா?
ஐயா ஐயா பி ரங்கசாமி கொண்டா ஹோஸ்ட் கொடுத்தாரு.
சார் ஹோசூர் ப்ரொஃபசர் ரங்கசுவாமி ஆரம்பிக்கலாம்யா. இருக்கீங்களா நீங்க?
வந்துட்டேன். சாரி ஃபார் த லேட்.
யா
வால்யூம் கம்மி பண்றதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு வெளியே கேட்குது, இப்போ உள்ள கேட்குதா? ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமா? எந்த சமயம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றோம்?
எந்த சமயம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம்?
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம். யூனிவர்சிட்டி வீடியோ
நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டுமா? வெல்கம். Okay.
Can we start, doctor?
Yes, we start. வாழ்க வையகம்,
வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். குரு வாழ்க, குருவே துணை. Be blessed by the divine. It's a unique opportunity for all of us to go through this consciousness 360 degrees. We welcome each and every one of you, and today is a wonderful day, and we are going to have an excellent program designed and developed by Dr. Rabindranath and his brainchild that we should all come together to discuss, to start the journey of this consciousness. And it's an excellent way that all the eminent senior professors are with us, and they will all be giving us a wonderful step towards the divinity. So let us now begin with Ire Vanakkam and Guru Vanakkam. Over? Right. Okay. That means I missed it. Okay, thank you. Can we start off, Doctor?
Be blessed by the divine.
Please. Be blessed
Song
by
on, song on divinity.
yeah.
எல்லாம் வல்ல தெய்வமது எங்கும் உள்ளது நீ கமர சொல்லால் மட்டும் நம்பாதே சுயமாய் சிந்தித்தே தெளிவாய் வல்லாய் உடலில் இயக்கமவன் வாழ்வில் உயிரில் அறிவுமவன் கல்லார் கற்றார் செயல் விளைவாய் காணும் இன்ப துன்பமவன் அவனின் இயக்கம் அணுவாற்றல் அணுவின் கூட்டு பக்குவம் நீ அவனில் தான் நீ உன்னிலவன் அவன் யார் நீ யார் பிரிவேது அவனை மறந்தான் நீ சிறியோன் அவனை அறிந்தால் நீ பெரியோன் அவன் நீ ஒன்றாய் அறிந்த இடம் அறிவு முழுமை அது முக்தி எல்லாம் வல்ல தெய்வமது எங்கும் உள்ளது நீ கமர. Song in praise of the masters. சிந்தையை அடக்கியே சும்மா இருக்கின்ற சீரறிய செய்த குருவே அந்த நிலை தனில் அறிவு அசைவற்றிருக்கு பெரும் ஆனந்தம் பொங்குதங்கே இந்த பெரும் உலகம் இசை எடுத்த பல பிறவிகளின் இறுதி பயனாகிய சந்ததமும் இணை மறவாத சாந்த வாழ்வழித்தோய் என் சந்தோஷ செய்தி இதுவே.
Meditation by Dr. Rajasekaran.
Be blessed by the divine. He is not available here. Let me conduct the meditation. Be blessed by the divine. The atmosphere around us is purified by the divine power. The atmosphere around us is purified by the divine power. The atmosphere around us is purified by the divine power. The divine energy descends upon us and we are being purified and blessed. The divine energy descends upon us, we are purified and blessed. The divine energy descends upon us, we are purified and blessed. The divine power may protect us, guide us, and lead us in all our activities, day and night, in all places, at all times. Salutations to Mother. Salutations to Father. Salutations to the spiritual master, Vethathiri Maharishi. We will do Thiriyam meditation. We will start the meditation at Agnya Chakra. Those who are new to the meditation, you can focus on the breath and do the meditation, or you can analyze.
கொஞ்சம் ஏதாவது
Turiyam, be blessed with the divine. We are concluding the meditation. Spread the energy throughout the body. All the cells in the body are purified and blessed. Auto-suggestion. By the grace of divine power, we all may enjoy good health, long life, prosperity, wisdom, and peace. By the grace of divine power, we all may enjoy good health, long life, prosperity, wisdom, and peace. By the grace of divine power, we all may enjoy good health, long life, prosperity, wisdom, and peace. Let us bless the Vethathrian principles formed by our Guru Vethathiri Maharishi. Be blessed by the divine. Let us bless the World Community Service Center. Be blessed by the divine. Let us bless the Temple of Consciousness at Aliyar. Be blessed by the divine. Let us bless all the participants who are assembled here and their family members. Be blessed by the divine. Twofold moral vow. I, in my lifetime, will not cause pain to others, physically or mentally. To the extent possible, I will remove the pain of others. I, in my lifetime, will not cause pain to others, physically or mentally. To the extent possible, I will remove the pain of others. I, in my lifetime, will not cause pain to others, physically or mentally. To the extent possible, I will remove the pain of others. May the whole world enjoy prosperity, happiness, and peace. May the whole world enjoy prosperity, happiness, and peace. May there be peace within us. May there be peace around us. May there be peace in the whole world. Peace, peace, peace. Gently rub your palms and fingers, pass the energy over the face. Take your hands up, take a deep breath, then bring your hands down. Be blessed by the divine.
Thank you, Professor. So, thank you once again, all of you. With the grace of divine blessings and of Guruji's blessings, we have great pleasure to welcome all of you for this wonderful program, Consciousness 360. I now request our director, Dr. Rabindranath Ayya.
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
Krish.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். வாழ்க வளமுடன் is my precise, wholehearted, divine welcome to one and all. At the outset, I thank Divinity and Maharishi for directing us to take up these steps to understand consciousness better and pass it on to others, our brothers and sisters all over the world. Consciousness is divinity. It cannot be defined or explained, as we have been struggling all through the ages to understand divinity and consciousness. I am happy to perceive the sincere, wholehearted commitment of my brethren in this subject of consciousness. I feel we all have come together to understand consciousness, the great ocean. This meeting is only a beginning. Please be with me and give all your mind and spirit for this meeting. Kindly believe when I say that I am intuitively driven by our Divine Father Maharishi in this endeavor, in organizing, in pursuing this effort. Kindly tune your frequency to receive the same intuitive message of Maharishi, to take the philosophy of consciousness to the whole world for its betterment and world peace. Regarding this meeting, which was planned in a very short interval of just 10 days, it is only a preliminary meeting, a beginning. With great expectations, I have selected precious pearls of eminent scholars of Vethathriam, wanting to make a beautiful jewelry out of it. Encourage me with your cooperation and involvement. I invite your valuable suggestions in days to come. Go deep into your selected subject, gather all the ideas and views of Maharishi and present it in the form of an article. Collectively, all your presentations will form a valuable book on Maharishi and consciousness. Ambitiously, I have a large band of nearly 20 speakers in this meeting, 10 minutes each for each speaker, totals to 200 minutes. So I request all of you to keep your and our time restricted to 10 minutes for each speech. Give your acceptance by taking up the subject and give a brief account of your subject. Introduce the subject with your ideas in this regard. Subsequently, we will have a longer presentation in 5 installments. 4 speakers will have 45 minutes each for their subject, and we will have 5 such meetings in the following weeks. This will give an opportunity to explain fully. We expect the evolving book to be a reference source for research. Now, we have the pleasant blessings from Reverential Swami Guruparananda, a conscientiously conscious Swami, known to us, and also to our philosophy. And he is sending his blessings through this. Be blessed by the divine. He observed consciousness is an independent existential entity. It is a part of it is Satchidanandam, Sat Chit Anantam. Consciousness is Sat, essential divinity, totality, and absolute space. Experience and practice it with your body, mind, and spirit. The Panchakoshas. Involve the Panchakoshas in experiencing this consciousness. Mind is only Chitakasa, and the totality is plenum, force, and consciousness also. Maharishi says it is consciousness and it is in the world as order of function. And understand consciousness, and that is what we are deliberating on, and be blessed by the divine. So this is the brief introductory blessings and his ideas about consciousness. More will follow in the subsequent days. I stand before you not as an individual. If you see me, you will see, you will have, with your divine vision, you can see divinity and our beloved Maharishi behind me, Swami Guruparananda, and our own Swami Santalinga Mardasala Adigalar, with ever charming, encouraging President SKM and Chinnasamy Ayya along with. Recognize and see the Chennai team led by Janaki Raman and Balachandar. The Hosur team led by Zonal President Rangasamy and Dr. Shanmugavel, and the Bangalore team led by Dr. Dhanapathy and Karthik of Nimmans, Bangalore. Do not miss to recognize the Trimurtis, 3 Sathyamoorthis from ooty, Guntur, and Bangalore. Delhi represented by Parameshwaran, Sivasankari, and Naresh, and others. Naturally, our directors N.A. Perumal, K. Perumal, S.Latchumane, M.K. Dhamodharan, Sathasivam of Erode, Krish Murali, Eswar, Dr. Rajasekaran of Siddha, Director Kutralam, and R&D team all are with me. The unmentioned larger team of WCSC and administration is also with us and will join us in the subsequent district. Let us stand united to excel, to take up this difficult task of exploring the consciousness 360 degrees with the divine blessings of Swamiji and his revelations and his philosophy. I am sure we will be able to cross and achieve success in understanding and introducing Maharishi's philosophy of consciousness 360 degrees to the world for its betterment and world peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. It was an excellent, simple and humble beginning. It is really remarkable that that is definitely we are all indebted to you for this brainchild and to explore and bring in all the eminent senior most professors of our team. It is an excellent platform for all of us, even though the field is so vast and we all know the scientific philosophy of our Maharishi. We always tell it is simple and humble, but behind all that, in depth, if you go and travel, the vastness of this universe, no one can imagine. That is the depth of Maharishi's contribution. We are ever grateful to him. And let us now start with the professors. We will call upon one by one, and let us all eagerly waiting for the whole 2 years on this great session of consciousness 360 degrees. Can I now call upon Professor Balachandar and Rajasekaran?
Thanks to this wonderful opportunity to be a part of this journey of consciousness. I'm sure this great project will be successful to the satisfaction of Vethathiri Maharishi, because we are starting on a very auspicious day, Bharatiyar's anniversary, who almost 100 years back declared Arive Devam, consciousness is divinity. And then he says, Vetta Veliyai, Arivai, Veripala Shaktigale Kuttum Mugilai. He says absolute space, consciousness, divinity. Exactly 100 years after, we are starting this project. And in this 100 years, Swamiji has been deeper into it and telling exactly how the process, how consciousness works, and how divinity is consciousness, but how that consciousness functions at all levels. And the topic given to me is divinity and consciousness. Understanding consciousness will be Mahayoga. I'll explain that. We generally say, the definition of yoga is harmony. So we talk about harmony between body, mind, and life force, harmony in the family. But what Maharishi wanted by the understanding of consciousness is, it is going to bring about harmony in all the fields. That's why it's called Mahayoga. He wants, by proper understanding of consciousness, that there will be harmony between religions, harmony between spirituality and science, harmony in political administration, harmony in economics, harmony in social life, harmony in educational field. Such is the vastness of Maharishi's concept about consciousness, and the whole world to be one, to be peaceful, to be prosperous. And that is how we started the World Community Service Center. Now in 2002, we had a world conference on global vision and strategies for peace, non-violence, and harmony at Aliyar, held in 2002. He declared that now the time has come for the intellectuals. Very happy that Nimaz has taken up this project. Maybe they must have heard it, or it must have gone to them, Maharishi's voice. Now the time has come for the intellectuals of the world to assume the responsibility of reforming the world in accordance with the understanding of the real nature of God and universe. A visionary, Maharishi, is able to think forward and giving this statement. And he says, divinity is everything. I'm quoting from that statement he made in that world conference. He says, in fact, that one power, nature, has not created the universe out of anything external to itself. The creation theory he denies. He says the supreme power itself, with 4 dimensions of plenum, force, and time, has transformed the universe. He defines the absolute space. Of course, due to lack of time, we will not be going into this, but one of the most beautiful definitions of absolute space, of which consciousness plays a very important role. He says there's nothing other than God itself, and it manifests. It has the cause and effect system, and that is through consciousness. And the definition of consciousness he gives is order of function in everything, everywhere, right from divinity and up to today. The same thing. If only we understand that, our ego will go and unity will be automatic. Again, consciousness and science is able to beautifully link these two. They're considered to be separate forces. Force and consciousness are inseparable. In science, we discuss about the force, but not the consciousness. Time has come to deal with consciousness. I'm quoting Swamiji. This understanding, this marriage between force and consciousness, between spirituality and science, would not only expand the horizon of science. There are many, many gaps in science today, but that can be gapped if consciousness is understood. But also it will result in science being used only for constructive purposes. He felt very bad that science is used for destructive purposes, and the gap between the haves and have-nots have been increasing. And he wanted that science can be used only conscientiously, and that is possible when we understand what consciousness is. And this result of understanding of consciousness will result in love and compassion, which will become natural, which are the qualities of divinity. Its expression in animate and animate beings would be the bridge removing the gaps in all fields. We find in economics there's a gap because the starting point itself is wrong. In political administration, the starting point is wrong because we have not taken into consideration the origin and how it has evolved. And so religions also out of confusion is there. And that would bring about peace and prosperity at all levels, right from the individual to the world or even to the universe, and which is the birthright of all of us. With this, I would like to close this session so that all of us would like to hear from everyone. May the whole world enjoy prosperity, happiness, and peace. Let us travel in this journey towards inner universe and become one with the universe and even beyond. Be blessed by the divine. Sir, you can continue with the next speaker, sir.
அன்மியூட் பண்ணி ஆமா ஆமா அதுக்கு நீங்க கொஞ்சம் ஹேண்ட் ரைஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அன்மியூட் பண்றது ஈஸியா.
Thank you, Professor. The next Professor Sathyamoorthy from Bangalore. Can you please hand raise? Your phone is coming engaged. So that we can unmute you, sir. Okay, Sathyamoorthy is not lifting the phone. Okay, let us now
go to N.A. Perumal.
Request Dr. N.A. Perumal. Can you please unmute on the line? And Dr. N.A. Perumal, eminent professor and director, he will enlighten us on mind. மனம்.
இருக்காரான்னு பார்த்துக்கோ. 5 மணிக்கு போயிடுவேங்க.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். வாழ்க
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
audible?
Yes, audible.
Very happy to be here for this August section. The subject I was allotted for the mind. Mind is a very important tool of the body. Without mind, a living being cannot be identified as surviving at all. The assertive, receptive, and communicative capacity are all vested through the mind. Is anatomically not traced, but physiologically being functioning well to the nervous system. The reflex activity and the voluntary controlled through the mind. The mind is like a screen to make the person view the outside world. An incomparable and divine mystery is the mind. It is a tricky and slippery principle that cannot be brought into our usual calculations of volume, force, time, and distance. The wonderful principle mind is provided for human mind by the supreme powerful principle of the universe, God, the nature. So cannot be separated from the man, just like a force and conscious cannot be separated from plenum. Mind cannot be separated from man. Man has the providential right to deal with his own mind. He enjoys or suffers all the results of his thoughts and actions as benefits or otherwise. Because of the free grant of the mind by the Supreme Being, we neglect to respect and realize properly the volume of this treasure. Thus, the subject of mind is not found in all fields of life, especially in teaching and research. Because of the lack of realization of the value of mind in religions, people are tortured and killed to satisfy and save God. Because of the non-realization of the value of mind, the politicians give prominence to isms, as mankind remains suffering from poverty, illiteracy, illness, and wars. Swamiji, for a long time, Swamiji says, I was swimming in the ocean of mind in order to understand its value, existence, functions, and results. I could not realize the fact that the principle I was searching for was the very one in which I was swimming. In fact, in and around me, only the great ocean of mind was ubiquitously functioning. All the time, in all my activities, the aim and focus of understanding the mind was ceaselessly going on. One morning, at about 4 a.m., all of a sudden an intuitive vision came to me. In it, I perceived that I am the mind wave, which is nothing but biomatic wave, taking all the shapes and images of my vision, and at the same time, I was feeling the result as enjoyable or otherwise. At this point, I realized that only the mind as the biomatic wave takes the shapes and images of everything I perceive, and at the same time, I, as the mind, am enjoying the benefits as pleasure, pain, peace, and ecstasy. Mind is a very important tool of the body. Without mind, a living being cannot be identified as surviving at all. The assertive, receptive, and communicative capacities are all vested through the mind only. Mind is anatomically not traced, but physiologically being functioning well, connected with the nervous system. Here to note that the reflex activity and the voluntary and involuntary activities of the living beings are generally controlled through the mind. Our mind is like a screen to make the person view the outside world inwardly. So you all know that mind is one of the important modification of primordial nature. Mind is characterized by a will to do and a will to withdraw it also. The study of mind at the outset requires a specific distinction from the brain. The brain is said to be like the hardware in computer and the mind is software. Particularly to be specific, the invisible dimension of the brain is the mind and the visible dimension of the mind is the brain. Brain is a physical entity and coordinates distinctive portion of the nervous system. So here we have to know that you all know that we are having the tracks, that is ascending and descending tracks. For instance, the ascending tract is the sensory tract which transmits the nerve impulses from the peripheral organs to the brain. The descending tract is the motor tract which sends the nerve impulses from the brain to the muscles and glands. So brain is related to the sensory system and actions too. On the other hand, mind is having more inclination for the sensory aspects and emotional dimensions. Brain is connected with the nervous system and physical modes associated with the same. On the other hand, the mind is connected with the genetic center. Mind is lexicographically defined as the faculty of consciousness thought. Maharishi defines mind to be the feeler of all the transformation of biomagnetism into sensation, the realization of all the experiences, and that which reacts accordingly. Mind is also said to be an extended way of magnetism, because mind is said to be only the faculty. It is formless. As it is formless, it has no structure of its own. Only the structure of the brain can be taken as the structure of mind by default. The functions of mind can be found as three. One is consciousness, another is thought, third to feel sensations, to reach, to react, and also to witness the transformation of biomagnetism. About the consciousness, it is the attribute of the nature. It is present in every stage of universal evolution and is responsible for all the order of functions precisely as and how it is necessary. Wherever the principle of force starts functioning, the companion attribute consciousness directs and regulates the force with pattern, precision, and regularity. Under this immutable law of nature, the conscious is immanently present in all the kinds of transformation magnetism. You all know that the force and conscious cannot be separated from the plural. The same way, mind cannot be separated from man. The words consciousness and mind are one and the same in meaning. The word conscious is used elaborately in both the fields of philosophy and science. The word mind is used to describe the behavioral qualities of living beings. Actually, the inner meaning of both the words is one and the same. Here, the force and conscious are inseparable, undifferentiated, indistinguishable, and indivisible. All the structural values that are perceivable to the sense are determined by force, and all the qualities that are imperceptible or imponderable are determined by consciousness. These two values of quantity and quality are the manifestation of force and consciousness. Conscious, which maintains order of function in everything, is the invisible quality of nature. Consciousness directs and orders the compressive or repulsive forces of everything by determining and maintaining the three parameters of pattern, that is structural specifications, precision, the sum of characters and qualities accrued up to the present, and regularity, the timing of everything. The thought. Thought literally means an idea, process of thinking, careful consideration. Thought can be defined as the manifestation of the experiences which the mind had already in association with. Thought is the peak of nature. The nature sends in the thought, the thought is a thought. Thought expands unfathomably in the open space. To be specific, thought is the involuntary repercussion of the magnetic wave when they traverse the zones of sky, air, fire, water, earth. Thought always represents repulsive. The third one is to feel sensation. The mind has to feel the sensation, and the same is expressed through the thoughts. The sensation are very much creating emotional perspective. When the magnetic reaction is formed through the ego or self, it is desire. Thought cannot be separated from the human body. The human body is like electric bulb and the thought is like the glow of the bulb. You are all aware that as the passage of electric current with different voltages makes the same bulb shine very much glow, normally and with dim light. The ventilation of a thought makes the sensory organs and motor organs to function very much effectively, efficiently, normally and weakly too. Whenever there is the current of biomagnetism unperturbed and very much connected with the universal magnetic network, then the body functions efficiently and effectively. When the equilibrium is maintained between the systems of body and the biomagnetism, the body works normally. When the biomagnetism is not properly conducted inwardly or outwardly, the muscular forces shrinks in and it is the conditions of the disease. All this is done through the thought only. Thought basically means the pressure created through an imprint. If the imprint is more conducive, it gives pressure. If the imprint is very much normal, it is comfortable and tolerable. And when the imprint is very much disadvantageous, it is keeping the body in a condition of not being at ease. In such a situation, the thought itself turns silent catalyst for the promotion of ill health. The thoughts are very much positive when they are palatable to the day-to-day way of life and allow all pressures and receptivity within the tolerable ranges. They are said to be good thoughts. Here, good thoughts, good means which is acceptable to the body-mind complex for maintaining as internal external equilibrium. All the good thoughts reduce the self-compressive surrounding pressure force of the body mass and it naturally promotes ability and stability. And the bad thoughts, on the other hand, the thoughts are said to be of the negative character when they accelerate pressure, reduce receptivity and communicability and tend intolerable in quality and quantity. They are said to be the bad thoughts. Here, bad means which is not acceptable to the body-mind complex for maintaining as internal and external equilibrium. Transgression of both the limit and method of the thought is the major reasons for ill health. Some of the imprints of the thoughts are very much suicidal. The addition to liquor, telling lies, harming the others, unnecessary adultery, and ingratitude to those who have helped or considered to be the major sinful activities. And the imprints are said to be sinful imprints. And the role of mind in carving our personality. See, after understanding the mind as an imprint and biometric wave, and after understanding the 10 stages of mind, it is very much essential to estimate the role of mind in carving your personality. Personality literally means the qualities that form a person's character, qualities that make someone interesting or popular. Both these meanings make it very clear that the personality does not mean with something that's related with the physical presence of an individual, but it is very much qualitative and controlling an individual. The controlling units can be found in the sexual vital fluid and it is byproduct of the biomagnetism. If the biomagnetic content is qualitative, quantitative and has the balance in expenditure and repetition, then the body can be full of vitality and force. It is the biomagnetism that makes the network of the thoughts very much powerful. And when the individual is entering good thoughts, he wishes the well-being of one and all. The same function as guarding unit against the arts, and one can save himself and energy by those thoughts. It is the mind that is determines of the personality. If the mindset is positive and always thinking of the benefits of the human man without narrow-mindedness and reservations, then one can be away from the stress. And importance of mental health. The great people like Vethathiri Maharishi always try to entertain only the positive thoughts. They loved the others and were compassionate. With love, they want to hold the others, and with compassion, they want to feed the others. The importance of health. The importance of mental health can be found due to the following reasons: promotion of stress-free life, need of memory and restoration, need of biomimetic balance, neurophysiological efficiency, and personality development. Regarding the promotion of stress-free life, mental health always contributes to the promotion of stress-free life. An individual can live to life without anxiety, worry, and immoral attitude. Such a condition mentally promotes the ability of the individual. Need of the biomimetic balance. If the biomimetic balance is properly maintained, then the relationship between the object and subject can be firm and will not be oscillating. It can be achieved only through the neurophysiological efficiency. The mental health is essential in order to ensure and assure the neurophysiological efficiency. Conclusion: only the mind is the utilizing principle of all these treasures to a beneficial and harmonious life. Hence, Swamiji earnestly requests the leaders of the human society to focus their attention spreading the knowledge about mind. Swamiji will say, knowledge of God is religion and knowledge of mind is one without the other can never be complete. Thank you. Be blessed by the divine power.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for enlightening us such a great details. And next, we have great pleasure in calling upon Senior Professor M.K. Dhamodharan enlighten us on meditation and consciousness. Davamum Unarunadai Patri Salalam.
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். குரு வாழ்க, குருவே துணை. அற்புதமான இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை வடிவமைத்து அறிவை பற்றி இதுவரைக்கு அங்கங்கு இனாதபடி எங்கும் பிரகாசமாய் ஆனந்த மூர்த்தியாயி என்ற வார்த்தைக்கு விஞ்ஞானத்தோடு என்ன மாதிரி இணைக்கலாம் என்று நினைத்துக் கொண்டிருந்தது உண்டு. அதற்கு அழகா கான்சியஸ்னஸ் 360 360 டிகிரியில அறிவு என்று அற்புதமாக தலைப்பை கொடுத்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற R&D இயக்குனர் டாக்டர் ரவீந்திரநாத் மற்றும் அவர்கள் குழுமத்தினை சேர்ந்த அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்கள், வணக்கங்கள். இந்த இனிய நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற சிந்தனையாளர்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். 5:10 சரியாக 10 நிமிடம் 15 என்னுடைய 5:10 சரியாக 10 நிமிடம் மட்டும் ஒரே ஒரு விஷயத்தை மட்டுமே நான் உங்களிடம் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள இருக்கின்றேன். அறிவு. எந்த அறிவு? கான்சியஸ்னஸ் 360 டிகிரிஸ் அற்புதமான தலைப்பு. எந்த அறிவு என்பதை பற்றி மட்டும் நம்ம உங்களிடம் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள இருக்கின்றேன். அருள் தந்தை அவர்கள் அறிவை பற்றி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் நிறைய இடங்களிலே சொல்லி இருக்கின்றார்கள். அறிவே குருவணக்க பாடல்களிலேயே தான் அறிவையதான் தெய்வம் என்றார் தாயுமானர் என்று ஆரம்பித்து அறிவை அவர்கள் எல்லா இடங்களிலும் சொல்லி அறிவுக்கு கோயிலும் கண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அந்த அறிவு நாம் இப்ப கற்றுக்கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அறிந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அறிவு எந்த அறிவு இறைவனாக இருக்கிறது என்பதை பற்றி மட்டுமே நாம் இங்கே காண்கின்றோம். சிற்றறிவு மெல்ல சிதைந்து எம்மான் பேரறிவை ஒற்றறிய வண்ணம் அறிந்தோங்கும் நாள் என்னாலோ என்று தாயமானவர் குறிப்பிடுகிறார். சிற்றறிவு மெல்ல சிதைந்து என்னுள்ள இருக்கின்ற இந்த அறிவானது, அதாவது நான் அறிந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அறிவானது சிற்றறிவு மெல்ல சிதைந்து எம்மான் பேரறிவை உற்றறியாமன்னம், இந்த பேரறிவாக எங்கும் நிறைந்திருக்கின்ற அந்த பேரறிவை சாதாரணமா நான் தியானத்திலே உற்று நோக்கி அறிவதாம சாதாரணமாக உற்றறியா வண்ணம் அறிந்து ஓங்கும் நாள் என்னாலோ என்று இயங்குவதாக பாடியிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதே மாதிரி திருவள்ளுவர் அவர்களும் கற்றதனால் ஆய பயன் என்கொள் என்று சொல்கிறார். கற்றோம் கல்வி அது அறிவுதானே. ஆனா அந்த இடத்துல என்ன சொல்கின்றார்? கற்றதனால் ஆய பயன் என்கொள். இந்த கல்வி கற்றதனால் என்னப்பா பயன்? வாலறிவன், அந்த முழுமையான அறிவை நற்றால் தொழாரின், இந்த வாலறிவை பிடிக்காமல் முழுமையான அறிவை அறியாமல் இதை நீ உணர்ந்ததனால் என்ன பயன், கற்றதனால் என்ன பயன் என்று கொள்கின்றார். அதே மாதிரி பெரும் ஜோதி, பெரும் ஜோதி என்கின்றார் வள்ளலார் அவர்களும். சோ அத்தனை பேரும் அறிவை பற்றி உணர்வதை பற்றி வழங்கி இருக்கின்றார்கள். சிந்தனையாளர்களே, எந்த அறிவு என்பதுதான் நம்ம பார்க்கக்கூடிய வருது. அதாவது 4 வேதங்களிலும் மகா வாக்கியமான ஒரு வாக்கியம் பிரஜானம் பிரம்மம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடியது. ரிக்வேதத்திலே சொல்லப்படுகின்ற பிரஜானம் பிரம்மம் என்று சொல்லுவதுதான். அதுக்கு நேரடியான தமிழ் சொல் என்ன என்று சொன்னா அறிவே தெய்வம் என்று சொல்லப்படுவதுதான் நேரடியான தமிழ் அர்த்தம். சோ பாரதியார் அவர்கள் இதை வேதங்களிலிருந்து எடுத்துத்தான் கையாண்டு அந்த பாடலாக எழுதியிருக்கிறார்கள். பிரஜானம் பிரம்மம் என்ற வார்த்தையை எடுத்து. சோ அப்போ அந்த அறிவு எது என்பதனாலதான் இங்கு சொல்கிறாரு, சுத்த அறிவை சிவமன்று ஓதும் சுருதிகள் கேளீரோ என்று சொல்கிறார். சுத்த அறிவு எது? அறிவு என்று சொன்னால் சுத்த அறிவு. சுத்த அறிவை சிவமன்று ஓதும் சுருதிகள் கேளீரோ, பரப்பித்த மதங்களிலே கிடந்து தடுமாறி பெருமை எழுவீரோ என்று சொல்கிறார். அந்த சுத்த அறிவை பெறுவது என்ற போது எது சுத்த அறிவு? அதாவது சுத்த அறிவுதான் பிரஜானம் என்று சொல்லப்படுவது. பிரஜானம் என்பது வேறு, விஞ்ஞானம் என்பது வேறு. பிரஜான அறிவு என்பதும் விஞ்ஞான அறிவு என்பதும் வேறு வேறானது. விஞ்ஞானம் என்பது புலனறிவு. அதை மகான் ரமண மகர்ஷி அவர்கள் அழகாக அந்த இடத்தில் விளக்கிறார்கள். விஞ்ஞானம் என்பது புலனறிவு. நாம் சிறு வயதிலிருந்து இதுவரை கற்றுக்கொண்டே வருகிறோம் பாருங்க. இந்த அறிவை நாம டெவலப் பண்ணிக்கிறோம் இல்லையா, இந்த அறிவு விஞ்ஞான அறிவுன்னு சொல்கின்றோம். இந்த விஞ்ஞான அறிவுக்கும் பிரஜானத்திற்கும் என்ன வித்தியாசம்ன்றதை நம்ம பார்த்தா ஈஸியா புரிஞ்சுக்கோம். ஓகேயா? சோ விஞ்ஞான அறிவு அப்படின்றது புலனிலிருந்து பெறக்கூடிய அறிவு. சிறு வயதிலிருந்து நாம் கற்றுதானே, பள்ளிக்கு கல்லூரிக்கு போய் கற்றுதானே இந்த அறிவை டெவலப் பண்ணிட்டோம். சோ விஞ்ஞான அறிவு என்பது கற்ற அறிவு, புலனறிவு என்று விளக்குகிறார். ஆனா விஞ்ஞான அறிவுக்கு என்ன இருக்கிறதுன்னு சொன்னா நினைப்பும் உண்டு, மறப்பும் உண்டு. ஓகேயா? இந்த விஞ்ஞான அறிவுக்கு வரக்கூடிய குறை என்னன்னு சொன்னா நினைப்பும் உண்டு, மறப்பும் உண்டு. நல்லா படிச்சுட்டு போயிருப்போம், சில சமயம் ஒரு ஃபார்முலா நமக்கு தெரியாது, அங்கே மறப்பு வந்து விடுகிறது. ஓகேயா? சோ அப்ப இந்த அறிவு நினைப்பும் மறப்புமாக இருக்கிற இந்த உடல் இருக்கின்ற வரைக்கும் மட்டுமே இருக்கக்கூடிய அறிவாக இருக்கக்கூடியதான் இந்த விஞ்ஞான அறிவாக இருக்கக்கூடியது இருக்கிறது. அப்போ தூங்கும் பொழுது விஞ்ஞான அறிவு இருக்கிறதா என்று சொன்னா தூங்கும் பொழுது விஞ்ஞான அறிவு இல்லை. ஓகேயா? தூங்கும் பொழுது விஞ்ஞான அறிவு இல்லை. ஏன்னா நமக்கு எதுவுமே இல்லையே, நினைவு இல்லையே. ஆனா இந்த பிறவியில் கற்ற விஞ்ஞான அறிவு அடுத்த பிறவிக்கு வருமா என்று சொன்னால் அதுவும் வராது. ஏன் என்று சொன்னால் இந்த பிறவி இந்த மூளை செல்கள் இயங்குகின்ற வரைக்கும் மட்டும்தான் அந்த அறிவு இருக்கும். அடுத்த பிறவியில போய் இப்ப எம்எஸ்சி படிச்சுட்டு அப்ப எம்பிஎல் பண்ண முடியாது. ஓகேயா? அப்ப மீண்டும் எல்கேஜில இருந்து தான் போக வேண்டியிருக்கும். இந்த அறிவை எடுத்துக்கொண்டு அதற்கு மேல் இந்த ஆன்மா செல்லவே செல்லாது. ஆனா எந்த அறிவு எப்பொழுதும் நிலையாக இருக்குமோ அதுக்கு பெயர் தான் சுத்த அறிவு. அதற்கு பெயர் தான் பிரஜானம் என்று பெயர். எந்த அறிவு இந்த பிறவியில் மட்டுமல்ல அதற்கு அடுத்த பிறவியிலும் நமக்கு வரக்கூடியதாக இருக்கக்கூடியதோ அந்த அறிவுக்கு பெயர் தான் பிரஜானம் அல்லது சுத்த அறிவு என்ற பெயர். சோ அப்போ எங்கிருந்து விஞ்ஞான அறிவு உதிக்கின்றதோ அந்த மூலம் பிரஜானம் என்ற பெயர். விஞ்ஞான அறிவு உதிப்பதற்கு அடிப்படையாக இருக்கின்ற மூலமாக இருக்கின்ற அறிவுக்கு பேர் பிரஜானம் அல்லது உண்மை அறிவு என்ற பெயர். அப்போ அந்த பிரஜானம் என்பது வெளியிலிருந்து கற்றுக்கொள்வதில்லை. பிரஜானம் என்பது அகநோக்காக ஆன்மாவில் கற்றுக்கொள்கிறது. மனதை உயிர்நொடுக்கி உயிரை தன் மூலத்தில் நிலைநிறுத்தி கற்றுக்கொள்ளக்கூடிய அறிவுக்கு பேர் தான் பிரஜானம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அறிவு. சோ அதுக்கு பேரு சுய வேத்தியம். அதற்கு என்ன வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்கன்னு சொன்னா ஒண்ணுமே வேண்டாம், நீ அதன் மேல மனதை நிறுத்தினாலே போதும். உயிர் மேல் உயிர் வைத்து நின்றாலே அது தான் தன்னை அறிந்து கொள்ளும். அதற்கு நீ ஒன்றும் வேறொன்றும் எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டியதில்லை. அப்போது நம்ம இதுல இருக்கிறது பாருங்க, சூரியனை பார்க்கறதுக்கு நம்ம லைட் எடுத்துட்டு போக வேண்டியது இல்லை. இந்த பிரஜானம் என்பது சுயவேத்தியம் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிறது. தானே ஒளியாக இருக்கக்கூடியது. அந்த ஒளியின் மேல் நீ நின்றாலே போதும், அது ஒளிபெற காரணமாக இருக்கிறது. அப்ப அந்த சுத்த அறிவு ஒரு அடையும் பொழுது ஞானம் கிட்டுகிறது. அதுதான் அறிவே தெய்வமாக இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்றோம். எல்லாவற்றையும் அறிய வைக்கின்ற மூல அறிவை தவிர வேறு எது அந்த அறிவாக இருக்க முடியும்? எந்த ஒன்றை அறிந்தால் எல்லாவற்றையும் அறிந்து கொள்ள முடியுமோ? எந்த ஒன்றை அறிந்த பிறகு இனி நான் அறிவதற்கு ஏதும் இல்லை என்று மனம் எண்ணுகிறதோ, எந்த ஒன்றை அறிந்த பிறகு மனம் நிர்ச்சலனமாக நிற்கின்றதோ, அந்த அறிவு எதாக இருக்கிறது சொன்னா, that is the consciousness 360 degree. அந்த அறிவுதான் மூலமான அறிவாக இருக்கிறது, எல்லாம் அறிந்த அறிவாக இருக்கிறது. சோ அந்த அறிவை அதுதான் அனைத்துமாக வரக்கூடியது அந்த அறிவாகவே இருக்கிறது. அந்த அறிவை பெறுவதற்காகத்தான் நாம் என்ன செய்கிறோம்? வாழ்க்கையில தியானம் என்று செய்கின்றோம். வெளியில் இருந்தல்ல, அகநோக்கி உள்ளே பார்த்து தியானம் செய்கின்றோம். மனதை உயிர் மேல் நிறுத்தி, மீண்டும் அந்த மனதை உயிரில் நிறுத்தி நிலைத்த பிறகு மீண்டும் அந்த உயிரின் மேலேயே மீண்டும் நிலை பெற்று தானாக நின்று தன்னையும் மறவாமல் பிரிதொன்றும் அறியாமலே நிலைத்து நின்று, அப்படி நிலைத்து நின்ற பிறகு அதுவே தனக்கு வழிவிட்டு இந்த ஆன்மா வெளிப்புறமாக இதுவரை இந்த எடுத்து வந்த ஆன்மா தூய்மை வரும்போது, களங்கம் இல்லாம இருக்கும்போது அந்த மூல அறிவை நம்ம எளிதாக பெற முடிகிறது. அந்த மூல அறிவோடு நாம ஒடுங்கினா அதெல்லாம் நமக்கு எடுக்கிறது. அப்போ அவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி இந்த அறிவு மறந்து போய், இந்த வேலை கற்ற அறிவு மறந்து, பற்றறிவு மறந்து, அப்போதான் முற்றறிவு நமக்கு நிலையாகிறது. அந்த முற்றறிவை உணர்ந்தால் இந்த பிரபஞ்சம் முழுவதும் 360 டிகிரி எங்கும் எதுவும் எல்லாம் நடப்பதையும் ஒவ்வொன்றுக்குள்ளும் அதுவே அறிவாக இருப்பதையும் உணர்ந்து கொள்ள முடிகிறது. அந்த நிலையை பெறுவதற்குத்தான் நாம் தவம் என்பதை செய்கின்றோம். சோ தவத்திலே நம்ம போக 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 கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா வாழ்க்கை முழுவதும் எவ்வளவு நாளைக்கு என்று அருள் தந்தை அவர்கள் சொல்றார் பாருங்க, தொடர்ந்தோறும் உடலும் உயிரும் இருக்கின்ற வரையிலே தினந்தோறும் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா செய்து அந்த நிலையை நாம் அடையும் போது நிச்சயமாக நாம வாழ்வில் எந்த நிலையை அடைய வேண்டுமோ அந்த நிலையை அடைவோம் என்று கூறி, ஒன்று பிரமம் உள்ளது அது உண்மை, அது உன் உணர்வெனும் வேதம் எல்லாம். ஒன்று பிரமம் உள்ளது அது உண்மை, அது உன் உணர்வெனும் வேதம் எல்லாம். எது அதுவாக இருக்கிறது? அது கடைசியில் உன் உணர்வாக மட்டுமே இருக்கக்கூடியது. மெய் உணர்வுடன் மெய்யுணர்வு பெற்று அறிவு தன் மூலத்தை அறிந்து இறைநிலையை பயணிக்கிறது. சோ அப்ப அந்த ஒன்றுதான் பிரம்மம், அந்த ஒன்றுதான் பேரறிவாக இருக்கிறது. அதை உணரும் பொழுது சிவம் சுத்த அறிவுதான். அது மலரும் பொழுது தூய அன்பும் கரணியமாக எழுகிறது. சோ இறைவன் எழுச்சி பெற்றது தன் பெருமையும் தன் மதிப்பையும் உணர்த்துவதற்கு பல கோடி பரிணாமங்களில் பஞ்ச பூதங்களிலிருந்து ஓரறிவு முதல் ஆறறிவாக மலர்ச்சி பெற்று வந்து ஆறாவது அறிவு மட்டுமே தன் மூலத்தை உணர்ந்து முடிவில் அதோடு சங்கமிக்கிறது. சோ மனிதனுக்கு உள்ளம் பெரும் கோயில், ஊனடம்பு ஆலயம், அதில் அறிவியதான் தெய்வமாக இருக்கிறது. உணரும் போது ஒவ்வொரு மனிதரும் ஒரு நடமாடும் அறிவித்திருக்கோயில், அதை உணரும் அறிவே தெய்வமாக இருக்கிறது என்று கூறி செவிமடித்த உங்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என் அன்பை, வணக்கத்தை, மகிழ்ச்சியை தெரிவித்து நிறைவு செய்து கொள்கிறேன். வணக்கம், வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
Thank you, Professor. It was an excellent journey with you. And we now call upon Dr. Dhanapathy from Bangalore. He will enlighten us on Genetic Center, Karumayam. Dr. Dhanapathy. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Valga valamudan. Be blessed by the divine.
Valga valamudan. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Valga vaiyagam. Valga vaiyagam. Valga valamudan. Guru valga. Guruve thunai. My sincere respects and thanks to Dr. Rabindranath, Director R&D, and also to all my colleagues, participants in this conference. Thanks to the opportunity and also be a part of this conference. Dear friends, we can understand this term genetic center. Actually, the subject given to me is genetic center and consciousness, and what is the relationship between these two. First, let us understand what is genetic center. So we can understand this term genetic center through the meaning of gene. What is the essence of this concept? Genetic center. The center where the basic elements of characters which are in hereditary in nature are stored. So it is a storage place of hereditary characters. When a small inorganic mass gets a magnetic circulation, the magnetic waves become intensified in the center of the mass according to the specific gravity principle, forms concentrated magnetic wave. When they get interaction with the universal magnetism, the central magnetic pool is characterized, which becomes the genetic center. This is now an organic mass and can then evolve as a living being. This is the way the genetic center is emerged. Let us understand the structure of this genetic center. The millions of energy particles are in circulation in this magnetic pool leads to the formation of astral body. Because of the intensified magnetic pool, the 5 elements are attracted and joined together leads to the formation of the physical body with all organs including senses. So the physical body, astral body and magnetic body are functioning as a one unit in all the living beings. So it can also be understood that the magnetic body which keeps other two bodies together, and so all these three working together at the middle point of the physical body. So now let us understand the core of the genetic center. So here, what is the essence of genetic center? We can also say that what is the central part of the genetic center. So inner core of the genetic center is appreciated as Brahman or divine state. So the inner core Brahman called space has inherent nature of self-compressive surrounding pressure, also called gravity. This attractive force at the center of the biomagnetic waves of the living being becomes its genetic center. This gravity which holds together the life force, biomagnetism and sexual vital fluid is genetic center. The gravity which is at the middle or seat of circulations of sexual vital fluid, it is the essence of the physical body, then biomagnetism and life force, and thus maintains all the activities. So this original force gravity has emerged and function as twofold force of attraction and repulsion. Thus has two functions. One is shrinking by compression and then expansion by repulsion. The one force gravity has emerged as two forces, compression and repulsion. This gravity is nothing but Brahman. So here compression, in the compression what is happening? No, the recording of imprints of character is happening. This is due to compression. So the compression is responsible for the imprinting. And number two is expansion by repulsion. When the records are magnified by the repulsion, it is called as mind. So repulsion is responsible for the function of the mind. Then consciousness. So here consciousness is defined as omniscient, radical and universal principle. The meaning of consciousness is truth or Brahman. Now, since the inner core of the genetic center is appreciated as Brahman or divine state, it can be understood that the core of genetic center is consciousness. So here the core of the genetic center is consciousness and also gravity. That means force and consciousness is the core of genetic center. So the order of function, how the consciousness is functioning. The order of function, that is a pattern, precision, regularity in everything and everywhere is consciousness. The consciousness is playing all the roles in the whole universe as order of function in everything through the power of universal magnetism, biomagnetism and mind. Consciousness and the magnetism are one and the same because it cannot be separated. Consciousness is an expression in terms of philosophy. Magnetism is an expression in terms of physics or matter. So the biomagnetism in the living beings in its conversion into pressure, sound, light, taste and smell also becomes perceiving phenomenon called mind. So consciousness extends its perceptual activities through the biomagnetic field of organism and feels everything, every incoming clash of wave as a pain, pleasure, peace or ecstasy. Thus in living being, the absolute space, the Brahman, is functioning as consciousness, knowledge and mind. So the word mind is used to describe the behavioral qualities of the living beings. Actually, the inner meaning of consciousness and mind is one and the same. Consciousness is the radical universal principle and mind is a phenomena of momentary transient concepts, feelings and sensory perception. So the base of the mind wave is also consciousness. Otherwise, the consciousness extension through biomagnetic field is mind. So the extended psychic activity of consciousness is mind. This is how the core of mind is said to be consciousness or primordial state or almighty. So now let us discuss about the concept called soul. The development of consciousness is character. So the functional character of consciousness in all the living beings is called as soul. That means here the consciousness itself is characterized. So the consciousness itself is a character. The consciousness develops to perceptual ability, that is called as mind. The same consciousness further develops its character through sixth sense, which has the faculty of realizing its own self. So in the biomagnetic field, all the waves of psychic experiences and physical actions are stored as an invisible record. These stored imprints are everlasting in wave form. When the genetic center is a compendium of all the secrets of the universe and imprints of karma, it is termed as soul. So the consciousness itself is said to be the soul when it is characterized. So here the consciousness extends as a mind through the medium of biomagnetic wave, which is in centrifugalism. And the same is characterized due to the interaction with the external environment and then reacts through the same biomagnetic wave, which is in centripetalism. So consciousness is functioning as a mind, so it is also characterized. So this characterized consciousness, which is inherent of biomagnetic domain, is soul. It is also called as aham, ullam, atma. This is the relationship between genetic center and consciousness. The center, the core, is nothing but the consciousness, the Brahman. When it is characterized, it's becoming mind. The genetic center is characterized consciousness, which is based in the genes when we talk about the physical body. In living being, function as the combined function of physical body containing magnetically polarized cells, astral body, biomagnetism, genetic center, brain, soul, or otherwise called as consciousness, the basic state of mind, and the mind, the wave function of mind, and also senses. These are the 8 faculties. With all these faculties, the living being functions. So the characters can be modified and consciousness can be purified and developed through the tool of yoga. The mind, which is impure, which is characterized, this can also again characterized through the purification and can become again the God, Brahman. So I conclude my presentation with this point. I am thanking you all and the organizers and the participants and for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanapathy. Be blessed by the divine. The next, may I call upon Dr. S.Latchumane. He will enlighten us on cause and effect, செயல்விளை வித்தத்துவம். Dr. S.Latchumane, sir.
Yes, I am here with you. I am joining. வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். குருவே துணை. I am very happy to be amongst you, dealing on the very precious topic, consciousness. First of all, I am to thank Dr. Rabindranath for his arrangements and the coordination. It's a very good opportunity for us. I also feel our responsibility also to make this knowledge, consciousness is available to everybody in the world. The consciousness is one of the important qualities of the divine. I am also expressing my good wishes to all the participants in this evening. Now, let's go for the topic, cause and effect system of the nature. The base, or otherwise the substratum of the universe, is a totality, that is the absolute space. That absolute space only got self-activated, evolved into the universe up to humans. To know about this, we have to understand these qualities of plenum, force, consciousness, and time. Since we are to concentrate on the topic of consciousness, we have to go further on that aspect only. The consciousness is nothing but the functional order of the divine, as Swami Vethathiri Maharishi puts it. It starts from its first stage itself, self-compression with kinematic quivering. That only makes the absolute space to crumble into minutest particle, that is giving out the the magnetic effect. That only is the cause for this consciousness functioning properly up to humans. So we have to go further about the functions of the consciousness. This topic, particularly consciousness. It is a functioning in each and everything. It is inseparably interlinked in every stage of evolution, from absolute to humans, as functional order. That, as I told you a little earlier, that function of consciousness is affected only by the magnetic effect of that divine. That functions is seen in inanimates in the following manner. The arrangement of this particle in a particular pattern. If that pattern is formed, precision is there. And the function also becomes very regular. So in an inanimate, it is functioning as pattern, precision, and regularity. But when we come to think about the living being, apart from this pattern, precision, and regularity, because the body is made of these masses, it consists of the same order of pattern, precision, and regularity. Apart from these three more additions are there in living system. That is the feeling, the perceptual ability develops here. The second is enjoying, and then judgment, or otherwise Swamiji calls it as a discrimination. Pattern, precision, regularity, plus feeling, that is the perception, enjoying, and judgment. These 3 plus 3 are seen in living system. Starting from 1 sense to 5 sense organism or animals, it functions as instinct. But on further evolvement to humans, the same consciousness elevates itself as rational thinking to find its own source. They start to be the absolute space that we call divine or almighty or God. Understanding well that almighty is having that functional orderliness that we call consciousness. Swamiji also assertively telling the same one. The orderliness of the divine is consciousness. Man is able to understand that every action is giving a suitable result in an appropriate time and in an appropriate manner. This no one can dispute. This is an irrefutable and unchangeable law of the divine. No one can change it. So, cause and effect system is the order, a very strong order. In knowing this important function of cause and effect system, we have to take care in our application, in our way of life. Having known the goal of life to be attainment through purification, he thinks about the impurities he is carrying all along through generations after generation that we call Sanchita Karma. And he had also further added from the day of his birth till date that we call Prapta Karma. These two are the blocking factors in his journey of conscious, in his journey towards the perfection and attainment, the same Brahman. Because of this understanding, he develops consciousness not to add further and further impurities. So his mind, his consciousness works very well to be always constant awareness, not to add further. This leads to the virtuous way of life. The virtues are of 3 important principles. First, morality, duty, and charity. As he lives with the help of others, supported by others, he dares not to commit any mistakes. So he aligns his activities that way. That's called morality. He is committed to the society. He becomes more duty consciousness. He is also developing the feel of charity, helping and running to the succor of others. With this understanding, the understanding of consciousness guides him in the removal of impurities. Now he becomes very vigilant not to commit further. The constant awareness of the truth about this cause and effect system of the divine makes him more purer and purer. Attainment of the goal is well conceived in his mind. Then he becomes love and compassionate. It becomes the way of his life. His mind always contemplates the divine bliss and in ecstasy. Humans only have to understand this cause and effect system to achieve the goal of life. This cause and effect system only have to rectify their action from innocence and ignorance. Offering to gods, this is very important, offering to God as a remedial measure, that's called parihara approaches for their sin, will not anyway useful. It is deceiving the self. Having done something wrong, going to God and then making some parihara will never help. It is not the worship of God. Understanding and respecting the divine order, cause and effect system is the true worship of God. This only will bring peace and prosperity in the society. With this, I conclude the cause and effect system, when once understood very well, man will confine in himself in his thought, word, and deed. That will be only bringing peace in the self, peace in the society, and peace all over the world. Thank you very much for having given this time to present this topic. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
It is great. Be blessed by the divine. I now call upon Professor Krish Murali Eswar from Bangalore. He will enlighten us on brain and consciousness. Moolayum Unarvum. Professor Krish Murali Eswar.
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வையகம். வாழ்க வையகம். வாழ்க வளமுடன். Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. In the 1990s, neuroscientist Melvin Goodale began to study the people with a condition called visual form agnosia. Such individuals with that disease cannot consciously see the shape or orientation of objects, yet act as though they can. If you hold up a pencil in front of them and ask them if it's horizontal or vertical, they cannot tell you. But remarkably, they can reach out and grab that pencil, orienting their hand correctly as they reach out to make contact with it. Newly developed techniques for measuring brain activity are enabling scientists to refine their theories about what consciousness is and how it forms in the brain, and where the boundaries lie between conscious and unconscious. I will present my understanding of brain and consciousness in the next few minutes, dear friends, philosophers and thinkers and researchers. For scientists, you see, it is still fundamentally mysterious how consciousness happens. But our Guru, Yogiraj Sri Vethathiri Maharishi, offers an insightful perspective of consciousness. He says there is no place in the universe where there is no consciousness. There is nothing in the universe without consciousness. Researchers may prefer to use the word superconsciousness in this context. So Swamiji says, God is consciousness. A clear meaning, however, of consciousness is not yet known to the scientific community, and conferences like this, sessions like this will hope to bring in that awareness to all the people, including the scientists. Dear friends, imagine the universe. Our Earth is a globe that spins at about 1,000 miles per around its own axis. It orbits around the sun at about 75,000 miles per hour. Our sun is about 19 lakh times larger than our Earth. It may therefore seem surprising that our sun is one of about 200 billion stars. 200 billion stars, or perhaps more, just in the Milky Way galaxy alone. 2016 study estimated that the observable universe contains 2 trillion galaxies. We are a tiny dot in the whole gamut of things. All of these celestial bodies are spinning at an extraordinary speed with pattern, precision, regularity. There is no traffic jam, there is no traffic light, there is no traffic cop controlling the spinning of all these celestial bodies. Therefore, ask yourself, what governs it all? There must be an infinite, extraordinary, super powerful, almighty, total consciousness, or a compressive, all-binding force that holds the entire universe together in a unified manner. Let's understand the human brain. The average brain weight of an adult male is 1,336 grams. For the adult female, it is 1,198 grams. With increasing age, the brain weight decreases by 2.7 grams in males and 2.2 grams in females per year. On a lighter note, it explains why men get dumber sooner than women, I suppose. Our brains are made up of neurons, tiny little cells. How many neurons are packed in our brain? Neuroscientist Dr. Susanna Herculano Hausel devised a new way to count the brain cells. She came up with the number 86 billion neuron cell packed in about 1.1 to 1.3 kilogram of mass in the human body. Of course, we are all fascinated by brain cells. Scientists are fascinated by brain cells. But their research continues. A 23-year-old woman sustained a severe brain injury in a car accident in July of 2025, which left her in a kind of a coma state, a non-responsive vegetative state, also known as wakeful unawareness. She could open her eyes and exhibit cycles of sleep and wakefulness, but did not respond to commands or shows any signs of voluntary movement. Like, she can't lift her hand, right? She can't drink a cup of coffee. She can't eat on her own, etc. She was still unresponsive 5 months after that particular accident. In a first of its kind study, Adrian Owen, a neuroscientist, then at the University of Cambridge in UK, now at Western University, and his colleagues observed that women, the same woman, using fMRI while giving her a series of verbal commands. They observed this woman who was kind of in a vegetative state. The team asked her to imagine playing tennis. Look, she has lost her ability to do any voluntary movement. When she was asked to imagine playing tennis, they observed through the fMRI, the functional MRI, brain activity in part of her brain called as a supplementary motor area, which actually controls your body movements. When they asked her to imagine walking through her home, activity ramped up in studying 3 areas of the brain that are associated with movement and memory. The researchers observed the same patterns in healthy volunteers who were given identical instructions. The brain is the seat of consciousness, a functional center in us human beings. With the functional consciousness in a healthy brain, we can function as a normal human being. Our brain controls a variety of functions. The frontal lobe controls the personality, behavior, emotion, judgment, planning, problem solving. Also controls the speech, speaking, and writing, body movement, intelligence, concentration, self-awareness. The parietal lobe interprets language and words, sense of touch, pain, temperature, sensory strip that is, interprets signals from vision, hearing, motor, sensory, memory, spatial and visual perception. The occipital lobe interprets vision, color, light, and movement. The temporal lobe understands language, memory, hearing, sequencing, organization. Scientists have studied various parts of our brain. Our understanding of the seat of consciousness, our brain is growing. Berger made the first EEG, electroencephalogram, recording on this July 6th of 1924 during a neurosurgical operation on a 17-year-old boy performed by the neurosurgeon Dr. Nikolai Gulecki. Dr. Dhamodharan was the first to perform a full body scan of a human being in 1977 to diagnose cancer. Dhamodharan invented an apparatus and a method to use NMR safely, magnetic resonance. And accurately, he was able to scan the human body, a method now well known as magnetic resonance imaging. The fMRI, the functional MRI technique, was invented in 1990 by a group of Bell laboratories led by Seiji Ogawa. A startling amount of progress has been made in the years since then. In 2010, a study used fMRI to monitor the brains of 54 people in Belgium and in the United Kingdom with severe brain injuries. 5 showed signs of brain responsiveness when they were instructed to imagine playing tennis or walking through their house or city. The same research that was done on that lady that I told you about. Studies have proved one thing conclusively, my friends. Brain is the nerve center, the seat of consciousness. Neurons make up our brain. Neurons are cells. Cells are made up of molecules. Molecules are made up of atoms. Atoms are made up of neutron, proton, electrons. Protons and neutrons have approximately same mass, but they are both much more massive than electrons. One electron is so tiny. A proton neutron is about 2,000 times larger than an electron. Electrons contribute virtually nothing to the total mass of the atom. But what is the size of an atom compared to the size of the protons and neutrons? If the size of a neutron is that of a cricket ball or a football, let's say, then the size of an atom is comparable to that of a cricket ball or a cricket stadium rather, or a football stadium. So neutron proton is like a cricket ball. The atom is like a cricket stadium. It's only 1% the size of an atom. 99% of the atom, the scientists say, is empty space. Is it really empty space? If you extend this, our brain is full of empty space, isn't it? If you remove the empty space from the brain, then the brain will shrink to the size of what I like to call a jujube mithai, a tiny little sugar cube. Our entire universe is 99% empty space. Can it really be an empty space? Microcosmic infinitesimal energy particles such as electron, proton, or neutron is spinning at an extraordinary speed. Ask yourself, what powers the energy particle? Something must be powering it. If there are only two things, the energy particle and this empty space within the universe, then shouldn't the space be powering the energy particle? There seems to be no other source of power for the energy particle, isn't it? Our Guru Yogiraj Sri Vethathiri Maharishi called this space as gravity. It is omnipotent, all-pervasive, everlasting, singular, all-penetrative, super-transparent, invisible, almighty, fluid, dark matter with inherent potential of ever-increasing, self-compressive, surrounding pressure force. That's the definition of gravity given by Swamiji. It intensifies, resulting in automatic repulsion, which forms the infinitesimal primary energy particle. This is God, gravity, unified force. We cannot perceive it. We cannot measure it with an instrument. Our perception is limited to a range of minimum and maximum. Our brain can only perceive what our sensory organs can perceive. The instruments can only perceive if the frequency of what it measured is above the frequency of the instruments itself. So our perception is limited to a range of minimum and maximum. But eternal space is unimaginably vast. Its contents infinitesimal. It is imperceptible. The only way to realize is with our sense, sixth sense. Brain is the seat of the sixth sense. Brain is not sixth sense. Brain is the seat of consciousness. Brain is not consciousness. Yogiraj Sri Vethathiri Maharishi's inner vision has revealed a whole new world of consciousness theory. Let the scientific world become conscious of the powerful concepts of consciousness and not remain lame. Let the philosophers use the logical scientific insights and not remain blind. Thank you once again for the wonderful opportunity given. Thank you for the time. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Krish. It's a wonderful journey with you, and we are very proud of you. Thank you very much. Be blessed by the divine. Next, may I call upon Professor Sathasivam, and he will enlighten us on overall view of consciousness. உணர்வு நிலை பற்றிய விளக்கம் ஐயா. Welcome, Professor Sathasivam.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். வாழ்க வளமுடன். Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Audible.
Thank you. See? Okay. Thank you. வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். Hello, everybody. Good evening. Be blessed by the divine. After the lectures of very eminent professors in Sky, I am wondering how I am going to do justification to the topic given to me. But I am confident that I can deliver some information based on the philosophy of Vethathiri Maharishi. The topic given to me is overall view of consciousness. Since time immemorial, the human race believed in supernatural power as the source and cause of all happenings in the universe. Innumerable faiths prevailed all over the past and still continues to prevail. So also, innumerable doctrines and theories evolved. The search for that supernatural power or truth has been the endeavor of intellectual minds all along, and continues to be persistent. It is named as God or Almighty commonly, and as absolute space, truth, nature, and divinity philosophically, and as gravity and unified force scientifically. Gravity is the mighty force that is the primordial state of the universe. Vethathiri Maharishi, by his insight and intuition, defines gravity as nature, absolute space, everlasting, singular, almighty, all-penetrative, thoroughly permeable, highly transparent, imperceptible, dark fluid matter, characterized by quivering, kinematic, self-compressive, inexhaustible, surrounding pressure, which results in automatic repulsion in its intensification and emerges as the quantized formative dust. Gravity is identified as unified force, the source of all forces, with four indivisible innate qualities, namely plenum, force, consciousness, and time. It is also defined as omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient stock force. Force is construed as self-compressive, omniscience as consciousness, which is exhibited as order of function in everything and everywhere, plenum as inexhaustible source, and time as having a fundamental unit equivalent to the duration of one blink of the eye. In the words of Vethathiri Maharishi, these four innate properties of gravity are indivisible, inseparable from gravity and from one another. Only by these four properties, the gravity transforms itself into all principles and phenomena of the universe. Among the four innate properties of gravity, consciousness is very important and valuable. Whoever is in search or research on nature must realize that it is essential to understand the value and greatness of consciousness in all functions of the universe. Intellectuals and some of these research scholars are eagerly striving to understand the nature of the consciousness and explain it to others. But they incorrectly define consciousness as a separate and exclusive principle. It is a wrong concept, as the consciousness is the intrinsic quality of gravity. It can be explained only in the light of functions and movements of gravity. Consciousness cannot be considered or investigated separately from gravity, as it is perfectly regulating and directing gravity. Consciousness is a crucial principle in the fields of both philosophy and science. It cannot be considered with the sense of meaning expressed in the vocabulary language of languages. Consciousness is a word inherent of rich meanings. It is inherent of holistic concepts of several secrets of stable and dynamic aspects of evolution, functions, and results of universe. As the consciousness is the attribute of nature, all the qualities and greatness of nature are inherent with consciousness too. There are millions of functions wonderfully and omnisciently dramatized too. There are millions of functions wonderfully and omnisciently dramatized by the consciousness in the evolutionary existence and results of the universe. Consciousness as an order of function causes, governs, and guides all the self-transformatory process of gravity. The first and foremost self-transformation caused by the self-compression and the kinematic quivering of space is quantized formative dust. This tiny fragmented piece of space itself, which has all the four attributes of space, inclusive of consciousness. Likewise, consciousness travels with all the four following transformations as energy particles, that is Akash, elementary particles, that is electron, proton, and neutron, then atoms, which are called as names, elements, molecules, and matter, and all the micro and macro appearances, living and non-living all over the universe, carrying consciousness as an innate quality. In addition to self-transformation, the order of function determines and guides mutation and cause and effect principle all along until the appearance of man. The three capabilities of the divine state are self-transformation, mutation, and cause and effect. Vethathiri Maharishi has referred to them as creativity, effort, and impact. Self-transformation is the changes undergone by the divine state up to the level of living beings, including man. Mutation is the ability to function in keeping with the needs and circumstances. The principle of cause and effect is the result born of every deed. Everything in the universe is characterized by a pattern, precision, and regularity that controls its structure and quality as per the order of function in nature. The millions and millions of stars and planets that fill the skies spin and rotate each other around each other without collisions. They move in set patterns, never deviating from their ordained paths. This is the consciousness of the divine state working as order of function. In living beings, consciousness exhibits itself as cognition, experience, and discrimination, and in man, it exhibits itself as the sixth sense, which is knowing self or divinity. As whenever we refer to space, consciousness is also synonymous, the word of consciousness is also synonymous with it. In human beings, consciousness is present in the fractional form, though there is no difference between this and the total consciousness of almighty space. In man, the consciousness governs and guides inherently all the physiological and psychological functions. Human mind is a functional extension of it with three levels, namely conscious, subconscious, and superconscious. The superconscious functional level of mind is nothing but divinity itself, which functions without being influenced by the karmas, which are nothing but the imprints at the genetic center. The genetic center itself is nothing but the absolute space with the attribute of consciousness itself. During the different stages of meditation we perform in this system taught by our Guru Vethathiri Maharishi, the mind travels through beta, alpha, theta, and delta ranges of frequencies. At the delta frequency range, the mind comes to the subtle level of 1 to 3 cycles per second, which is almost thoughtless state, and is in a merged state with the Almighty Absolute Space. Now we see that the cycle which started from the Absolute Space with self-transformation as quantized formative dust completes the circle, merging with the truth or divinity itself, which is commonly known as salvation, absolution, or sublimation. Talking about space, as explained by Vethathiri Maharishi, space is everywhere, even at the center of energy particles and in between the energy particles, at the center of planets and stars, and also in between them. As all the celestial bodies are formed, human body also has the 5 Panchabhutas: earth, water, heavy air, and Akash. Looking upon the constituent things in the body, our body has more than 90% of space, which is synonymous with consciousness. The energy particles having space or consciousness at the center and in between, circulating all through the body, constitute the life force, and the waves emanating from each life force particles, called as biomagnetism, biomagnetic waves, transforms into tanmatras, pressure, sound, light, taste, and smell, which are the functional principles that give us feelings through the 5 senses. All the perceivable principles all over the universe are perceived through the 5 senses only, and the imperceptible thing we call as divinity or gravity or almighty space, absolute space, or consciousness can only be known and felt through meditation when our mind goes to subtler and subtler stages. So with this only, we are able to accept the principle and philosophy expounded by our Guru Vethathiri Maharishi. A continuous study, analysis, and research of the philosophy given by our Guru only can make us realize consciousness, which is also otherwise synonymously known as God. With this, I conclude my explanations, thanking one and all who are all part of this wonderful conference. Thank you all. வாழ்க வளமுடன். Be blessed by the divine. Be blessed by the divine. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was an excellent journey with you. And we now call upon Dr. K. Perumal, and Doctor will enlighten us on consciousness in daily life, அன்றாட வாழ்வின் உணர்வு நிலை. Welcome, Dr. K. Perumal Ayya. Okay, he's coming. Connect.
சார் வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன் டாக்டர்.
டாக்டர் ஒரு நெக்ஸ்ட் நான் வயசுக்கிட்டுங்களா கொஞ்சம் ரெடி ஆகிக்கிறேன் நான்.
ஓகே.
அந்த பவர் பாயிண்ட் போட்டுக்கிறேன் நான்.
சரி போடுங்க போடுங்க.
யாரா ஒருத்தர் நீங்கள் இடையில சொல்லுங்க, நான் ரெடி பண்ணிக்கிறேன்.
ஆல் ரைட்.
யாரா ஒருத்தர் இன்னொருத்தர் பேசலாம் வந்துட்டு.
சரி ஓகே. Now we'll request Dr. Ilamurugan Ayya. He will enlighten us on consciousness before birth and after death. பிறப்புக்கு முன்னும் இறப்புக்கு பின்னும் டாக்டர் இளமுருகன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். ஐயா கேக்குதுங்களா?
Yes, doctor. Quite clear.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, one second. வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். குரு குருவே துணை. அன்னையை தன் ஆசானை வணங்கி மகிழ்வோம். Be blessed by the divine, be blessed by the divine, and be blessed by the divine. May the whole world enjoy prosperity, wisdom, and peace. I am consciously delighted to be part of this great deliberations, Confluence of Swami's Disciples, Consciousness 360-degree. I very greatly appreciate the noble efforts of beloved uncle Dr. Rabindranath, Director R&D, his team, and all the spiritual members, truth seekers, science philosophers, and members of Loving Sky family. As every senior professor mentioned, our life itself is a journey of consciousness. My topic for today's discussion is consciousness before birth and after death. As disciples of our revered Swamiji, and with the wisdom imparted by him, we all will agree that consciousness is everywhere, not only before birth and after death, but also during life, the incident between the two, birth and death. Still, in this confluence, let us re-emphasize it by recalling Swamiji's own words. To understand consciousness, streamlining the mind and disciplining the deeds with constant awareness is necessary, as we all know. May the truth that very self is a transformed state of space, thereby enlighten our consciousness to its perfection, so as to deal with everything properly, harmoniously, and compatibly. Man himself is consciousness, and the seat of consciousness is the soul, the spiritual phenomenon within his body. Man is the mind, which is the psychic activity of the soul by the contact with the outer world through the senses. Man is God when he realizes the primordial state within himself. Man is God when he realizes the primordial state within himself beyond the functions of the mind and the soul. It is realized that matter or truth is one, it is consciousness. The mind is only the peripheral state of consciousness. I repeat, the mind is only the peripheral state of consciousness, enjoying and experiencing the physical world. This realization of consciousness, the inner vision of one's own self, can be had only through yoga, inner travel. The nature of consciousness we will discuss in 3 small portions. Before birth, the consciousness is everywhere. In life, the nature of consciousness is given here. I'm going to deal with it in the coming slides. And after the death, again, it goes and merges with the nature, and again, it is there everywhere. In all inanimate objects, from the tiniest particle to the greatest star in the universe, the consciousness is functioning with 3 principles, as we all know: pattern, precision, and regularity. Tanmai, Tulliyam, Iyakka Olungu. When we say consciousness is order of function in everything and in everywhere, it is easy for us to understand the 3 fundamental functioning of consciousness in the inanimate objects as pattern, precision, regularity. This is what is known as functional consciousness. In the living beings, this develops further with perceptual ability. In this state, consciousness functions with 3-fold action, as we all know: cognition, experience, and discrimination. Unardal, anubhavittal, pirittu unardal. In man, apart from this 3-fold action, the faculty of realization of the mystic phenomena, mind, soul, and truth develops. It is the development of consciousness in the human being because of the 6th sense. So when we function with mind, when we understand soul, we realize consciousness. This represents the realization of consciousness and the peak, the pinnacle glory, and the goal of the 6th sense. In other words, in all human beings, consciousness further develops its character through the 6th sense, which has the faculty of realizing its own self. The functional character of consciousness in all living beings is called life in simple terminology. There are three stages in the functioning fields of life. They are universal life, physical life, and sensing life. The universal life is the basic energy for the other two stages. It is the energy field or the universal field where the consciousness exists. It is supreme and divine, again, total consciousness. It is the ground for all manifestations and functions of the universal, again, the greatest work of consciousness. If we realize them, the extension and expansion of consciousness from the energy particle to the body, to the world, to the universe, and to the truth, all these are mental functions. The Almighty, total consciousness, exists and precisely functions without error in all manifestations of the universe as the law of nature. Realizing the existence, function, and results of the universal rhythm and biomagnetism is the ultimate aim of all sciences in the world. If we understand the functioning of the consciousness in all the inanimate and animate objects from the primordial state up to the human being, we can correlate consciousness is everywhere and only consciousness is there in all places. And to understand it, as I mentioned in the first slide, we have to meditate, meditate, and meditate. When Dr. Rabindranath was instructing me to present this topic, I have deepened my meditation. I have gone to different trance states of mind and then realized we have to perform more meditation to understand the consciousness. It can be expressed in words simply taken from Swamiji's books, but his revelation should be understood by us only by our constant practice. I will take only 2 slides to exhibit the importance of consciousness before birth, during and after death. Every single wonder that happens in the world, in the body, in the universe, is nothing but the labyrinth work of consciousness. To realize the intrinsic, amazing complexity and faculty of consciousness, we should reflect on the wonderful development of a child in the womb. When an egg and sperm are conjoined, that is, the fetus forms as consciousness follows the principles of pattern, precision, and regularity. Who else can carry out this systematic growth and development from a minuscule utilized egg to a complete human being in all its differentiated yet integrated complexity and potential and consciousness? So, my brothers and sisters, it is only a beginning. We have to go very deep into our meditation, and through inner travel, only we can understand the greatness of consciousness, and then only it is possible for us to share and to express and to bring it to the scientific forum. We all know that the world today is progressing in scientific research, technology, and in providing numerous faculties that are elevating the living system of mankind. When we examine all these wonderful developments, it can be understood that all are the functions of consciousness working through human mind and intellect. I thank every one of you for giving me this nice opportunity and listening very patiently. I pray Almighty to bless all of us to enjoy good health, long life, prosperity, wisdom, and peace. வாழ்க வளமுடன். Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent journey to before birth and after death. And now we may call upon Dr. K. Perumal. I hope you are ready now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். Be blessed by divine. May the whole world enjoy prosperity, wisdom, and peace. Respected Dr. Rabindranath and respected professors, dear brothers and sisters, really, I appreciate the efforts of the organizers for selecting the topic consciousness. Really, it's a wonderful idea. So various speakers are giving different ideas. Everything originates from the Swamiji's philosophy. Swamiji has dealt with that consciousness in depth. The Almighty at the space or the God, which has the total consciousness. And in the evolution process, starting from the dust particle and later on the atoms, molecules, then the living beings, everything that possesses a part of that consciousness. In inanimate thing, there is a consciousness. In animate things, there is a consciousness. So the consciousness develops further. So only when it comes for the human being, that there is a possibility for the human being to achieve the maximum consciousness. Generally, the mind, we say, we relate the mind here. So the mind, which is a bioelectric wave, which acts as a medium here. So these are all the things already dealt here. I'm just passing on that. Yeah. Generally, day-to-day life, what happens is, the mind acts in the 5 ways. Because the topic given to me is consciousness in daily life, I first take it to the 5 kosas. That is generally, we are much related to the body level senses. And we want to have more enjoyment, either maybe food or maybe sensual enjoyments. That we call as the Annamaya kosa. And coming to the next one, the Manomaya kosa, keeping on with some imagination and engaging with some habitual thoughts, that we call as the Manomaya kosa. Then coming to the Pranamaya kosa, here only that differs a little bit for the human being. He starts concentrating. Yeah, there he differs from the other animals. So that we call as the Pranamaya kosa. Then coming to the Vijnanamaya kosa. So this is specifically suitable only for the human kind. He intuitively analyzes everything, gets the answer, goes deep. So all the science and technology development are from this Vijnanamaya kosa. Then coming to the Anandamaya kosa. So finally, this fractional consciousness, when it merges with the total consciousness, and it enjoys all the total energy and the total consciousness as its own, and mind almost stops its functions and merges with the Almighty, that we call as the Anandamaya kosa. And when we see the consciousness level, or we can say the peripheral level and the middle level and the superconscious level, how far the mind has gone deep. So generally we operate with the Jnanendriya and Karmendriya. In the day-to-day life, mostly the mind is related to the Jnanendriya and Karmendriya. And at times we rarely go for the subconscious state. Very rarely we go for that subconscious mind. But Swamiji has given the technique, particularly the different types of meditation, which takes us deeply, and we can go and reach that the final stage also. See here, so these are the waves already which has been described by so many our speakers. But however, why I want to have it here is the beta, alpha, theta, delta, that we will be knowing that. So what happens here is the conscious level from beta to alpha increases, then theta further increases, then delta further increases. Then where the consciousness, there is a possibility for the human consciousness or fractional consciousness to merge with the total consciousness. So through the way of meditation, the higher frequencies can be brought down, subtler frequency, finally, and it can reach to the delta wave and the total consciousness. Yeah, then these are all the different karmas recorded in the genetic center. Yeah. Then what can we do now? Yeah. So now in the daily life, generally our conscious level varies to different levels. If you're really conscious about your the purpose of life and the way of life, and go along with the law of the nature, then really your life will be an enjoyable one. And how much you deviate from the law of the nature, that much then problems you have to face in the life. So what to do for it? So that's why Swamiji has given the different practices, so by which we can streamline the mind and we can always enjoy the benefits of the consciousness. Normally, because of the sensual interactions and the disturbances, the real consciousness level that moves away, and we are disturbed, irritated, frustrated, and by which the conscious level comes down and the sensible activity, it takes up there. And all the problems are coming to the human life. But by constant practice, but Swamiji has given a very wonderful techniques, the exercise, KAYAKALPA, meditation, introspection, all the techniques he has given, wonderful techniques, by which we can streamline the body and the mind, and the daily activity can be improved there. So how much a person is conscious in the daily life, that much the life becomes an enjoyable one. But generally, the man, he goes by the habit and commits all the mistakes in the day-to-day life. Even though he had the different experiences and different days, he forgets everything and he commits the same mistakes. But once he practices, tunes the mind to the theta stage and the delta stage, surely his conscious level will go high. The pattern of life will be different from that. So the consciousness, even though the consciousness is everywhere, taken from the atoms, molecules, and the cells of the body, and everywhere, then how it operates through the mind, that becomes the pattern of the life now. So in the daily life, how much we live under the state of alpha or theta and delta, that much our way of life will be different from others. So these are all the different techniques given by the elders and recommended by Swamiji also. So the meditation, Swamiji has given different types of meditations. So each meditation will help us to bring down the mental frequency. And finally, when it becomes to the subtler stage, I think the conscious level will go high. So the prayer, yoga, introspection, so everything, so that helps to improve the conscious level. And finally, what we can say is, Swamiji has given, even though he has given all the techniques now, the meditation, particularly Duryodhana meditation, what he has given is a wonderful technique by which anybody who practices sincerely, when the mind finally merges with the absolute space, and when the mind occupies the frequency almost 2, 3 in the level, that merges with the Almighty and becomes the total consciousness. So all the unwanted qualities, the greed, the anger, the miserliness, the immoral sexual passion, the vanity and the vengeance, everything, they go out of the mind. and it fills with the good qualities. So Swamiji has given a wonderful technique by which anybody can reach that level. The only thing is you have to practice it sincerely and continuously. So in a day-to-day life, we are tempted to deviate from the normal life. We are tempted to deviate to commit the mistakes. By habits, by Sanchita karma and Prarabdha karma, we are again and again committing the same mistakes. But by practice, by meditation, by awareness, surely we can come out of that way and we can keep our conscious level high and we can lead a new life. So that's why Swamiji has given the meditation and introspection as a two wings for achieving that at that higher level of the spiritual platforms. So in a day-to-day life, generally we become addicted to our habits, same mistakes we commit and the same problems we face. But by introspection, we can analyze and we can bring our mind where we deviate, and again we can correct ourselves and bring the life to the normal pattern. The universe is a wonderful one, and we have been given an opportunity to live as a human being and to develop the consciousness and to enjoy that total consciousness. A chance is given by the Almighty for us to reach that level and enjoy that omnipotent and the omniscient nature of the Almighty. So normally by habit and by the Sanchita karma, and we commit the same mistakes and we deviate from the normal way of living and we face the problems. But God has given everything. He has provided everything. That's why we call him as providence. He has provided everything for the comfortable living of the human being. Besides all these things, why we suffered? Because we deviate from the normal way of living. Even though that consciousness is available everywhere, and there are some possibilities for us to pick up that level, and like Swamiji and so many, the wise persons have given the technique to align ourselves, and generally we are not adapting to that. And we go in the way in our mind says, and we suffer a lot. So for which only Swamiji has given a very nice technique, simplified Kundalini Yoga technique. Anybody who follows that, slowly and gradually the mind can be turned inward. And by introspecting, all these unwanted things can be taken away from the mind and we can enjoy the life. So the purpose of the life is to achieve that self-realization and the fractional consciousness that has to become the total consciousness. That is, even though it is everywhere and the consciousness develops, and in the case of inanimate things, already said that the pattern, precision, regularity that consciousness is exhibited. Coming to the living beings, it comes as a cognition, experience, and the discrimination. Coming to the human being with the sixth sense, I think he can reach the total consciousness by meditation and the introspection. So these are all the possibilities available for the human being. But generally, when we see that even though there are some 780 crores of people living here, and how many people are reaching that higher level of platform in that consciousness level? And mostly less than 1% may be there. But anybody who makes an attempt for it, surely they can enjoy that benefit. And the Mahans like Swamiji, they have given the right way. By sincere practice and the regular practice, anyone can achieve that level and enjoy that higher level of the consciousness. What will be there in the higher level of the consciousness? Yes, there will not be any more problems in your daily life and the physical world. And you are here to enjoy the life. And you can make your fractional consciousness to merge with the total consciousness and enjoy that blissful state or the ecstasy. And we are not here to lead the life with the Annamaya Kosa or just the Manomaya Kosa. So they are for the animals. And we can start from the Pranamaya Kosa, Vijnanamaya Kosa, and finally, and we can retain ourselves for a long time in the Anandamaya Kosa. Yes, there are so many secrets are available there in the supraconscious mind. Generally, we operate in the peripheral mind or the outer conscious mind. Rarely we go to that subconscious mind. But there is a possibility for us to go to that superconscious mind by deep meditation. Yes. Any sky member who are sincerely practicing, surely there is a possibility for them to go to that superconscious state and merge the mind with that Almighty and enjoy that total consciousness. So I'm happy that the organizers has given me a chance to say something about that, the consciousness in the daily level, but it's a beginning. Swamiji has given everything in detail, and we will analyze, and further we will improve, and we have a lot of things to discuss. So thank you very much for the doctors and the other organizers for giving me an opportunity. வாழ்க வளமுடன், வாழ்க வளமுடன், வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன், Professor. It was a wonderful journey with you, and just a beginning, and definitely more are yet to come, and we will continue the journey. And next, we will call upon Dr. Nakkeeran. Professor Nakkeeran, you can enlighten us on the level of consciousness. Unarchi Nilaigal.
Be blessed by the divine. Sir, I am audible. Am I audible?
Yeah, sir. Please continue.
Yes. Yeah. Be blessed by the divine. By invoking Swami Vethathiri Maharishi, let me discuss on the level of consciousness. In Tamil, there was a cinema song where he says that the poet demands two minds, two consciousness he wanted. One is to remember, the other one is to forget. But Swamiji says that there is three level of consciousness within the body. And there is one consciousness which is called universal consciousness, just away from the body, but always in link with the body. That is universal consciousness. So totally Swamiji says there are four levels of consciousness. The first consciousness, Swamiji says, is the peripheral consciousness. So to understand the peripheral consciousness, Swamiji has conducted a small practice that if you want to practice it now for about 2 minutes, you can be with me and do a small meditation on the index finger so that we can understand the level of consciousness. So you can show your index finger. My index finger is visible to you?
Visible, doctor.
Yeah. Now you can show your index finger with you and then close your eye and meditate on the index finger. Now we are focusing our attention on the index finger. Our mind is now focused on the index finger. So focusing an attention on a particular thing is called meditation. Now we are meditating on our index finger. Just remembering only index finger, nothing else. By closing our eye, now our mind is focused on the index finger. Now slowly you can open your eye and look at me. We have meditated on our index finger. With the index finger, now we have to touch our cheek. Please touch. Are you touching?
Yes, sir.
Now, where you are touching? I am touching where, you know?
Yes.
Yes,
Forehead.
I am touching on the forehead. But yes. Where I asked you to touch?
Cheek.
Cheek. But how many of you could touch the cheek? Swamiji conducted this experiment in the Aliyar. So it is Swamiji. Swamiji said it is not to cheat you, but to understand the level of consciousness. Now you can take out your hand. Swamiji says that the peripheral consciousness, when our consciousness is working at the peripheral level, periphery means the outer body. On the periphery of the body, we have eyes, we have ears, we have mouth, we have the skin, we have the nose. All these 5 sense organs are at the periphery of the body. And hence, the consciousness, when it works through the periphery, the consciousness is called peripheral consciousness. So now what has happened? The ear is hearing the cheek. That is why you said where you are touching, where I asked you said cheek. Ear is hearing cheek, but eye is looking at the forehead, my index finger moving to the forehead. So the forehead is one touching sense, eye is the watching sense. So the seeing and touching, both the senses overcome the hearing sense. So the majority worked out here, and the reality is hearing only is proper. What I am doing is not proper. What I am seeing is not proper, whereas what I heard is proper. That is chi. So Swamiji said that when you work at the peripheral consciousness, there are going to be always mistakes. Chances for mistakes are more. That is why all these problems, everywhere, right from the family to the country, the ruling, everywhere we encounter one or other results which we never expected. What? Yet in a classroom, a teacher is teaching a single problem. What could be the answer for that problem? Only one answer could be the problem. The same question, when it is asked to 40 students are attempting the problem. How many answers is expected to come? The teacher expects only one answer, but how many answers actually comes is around 30 answers. Why is so? Because many work on the peripheral level, only few work on the conscious, subconscious level. Swamiji goes to the next level. The next level is called subconscious mind. It is, once again Swamiji said that if I conduct the same experiment to ask you to touch the forehead, even though if I touch the forehead, you will never follow me. First you will question your mind, that is your memory, whether I am touching my forehead or not. You will conform with your memory, because when I asked you where I touched, you are able to say forehead. It is not written on my face, this is cheek, which is forehead. But how you are able to identify? Because when you are in the LKG or UKG, when ma'am taught the parts of body, we listened to it carefully, we understood the name. Now it is recorded in your subconscious mind. Subconscious mind level is connected with the memory level, with the brain. The brain level, memory cells, it is stored. So the consciousness, when it works with your memory, it is at subconscious level. When you consult your subconscious level, you will not commit any mistake. There is no chance for committing mistake, because subconscious mind knows everything. But the thing is, we are not going to the subconscious mind. We are not consulting it. We are not acting on this. The subconscious mind level is called, it is in the realized state. We are able to consult, conform, then you do it. The peripheral level is called temperamental state. When our mental frequency is above 14, we would be always in the temperamental stage, and the mind will work at the periphery, and the peripheral consciousness is found to commit errors. When we work under the subconscious level, that is, when you bring our mental frequency below 14, you are now touching the subconscious mind. The depth, how much you go is how much you practice Agna and Turiyam, how much you involve in Turiyam. The moment when you think you are in Turiyam, your mental frequency is at 8 or below that. Yes, you are in the subconscious level. So now we are able to identify the peripheral consciousness, which works at the sensory level, perception, then the subconscious level, which works at the mind, memory level. So these two are the two levels of consciousness. The third consciousness is there, which is connected with the genetic center, that is superconscious mind. Swamiji says it is called superconscious mind. The superconsciousness is responsible to realize the sin and sin imprints, or the suffering, the cause for it, the cause and effect. It is able to perceive it, or it is able to reflect in our life, getting the partner for the life, getting the boss for the life, getting success in the business. This all comes under the cause and effect imprints. The imprints in the past, imprints the past we call it as by birth. When it comes through the tradition, it is the Sanchita Karma. Then from the day when we are born till today, what we have done, which is having imprints in our body, that is there in the genetic center. It is in the superconscious mind, Swamiji says that. It is connected with that. Then what we are going to do also is going to get connected with that, and it will be stored as in imprints. So that will be connected, for which you should, it is connected with the genetic center, which is directly connected with the life force particles. So unless you turn your mind to the life force itself, your conscious level goes and merges with the life force itself, you will not be able to touch the super consciousness. That is why thurium and below thurium, it helps, Swamiji says. So thurium level, we are connecting to the life force itself. In the life force itself, the particles in the super conscious mind, it works. Then the universal consciousness, which is beyond this body, throughout the universe, and it is directly centered in our body with the genetic center. It has a constant link with the genetic center, and from which it connects so much of genetic centers, the planets, every center is connected, because mathematics says that through a center, a point, you can draw any number of radians. Many meridians can pass through a center. Since our genetic center is also a point through which many meridians can pass through, so it connects with the super conscious mind, is connected with the total consciousness. To go to the total consciousness, your mind wavelength should be expanded. When your mind wavelength gets expanded, you are connected with the universal consciousness, where the universal consciousness will always in contact with you by way of intuition. That's what Swami says. It sparks. It sparks like an intuition. What is to be done, what not to be done, what will happen. If you are guided by your intuitionary level, you will be a highly achiever. You will be able to achieve success throughout your life beyond the imagination. That is called the divine. That is the divine consciousness which works through you, as Swamiji says that. Being a weaver, Swamiji wants to help the society. Swamiji wants peace. When he started meditating, as he keep on meditating, when he went into the Turyatith meditation, when his mental frequency came down below 3, he say about 1, when it comes down, as per the science, the mental wave, the frequency comes down, the wavelength increases. Swamiji says that the mind wave, the blessings, when he says that about blessings, you should understand the wave concept. The light wave, we have got a velocity, light velocity. We have got light frequency, we have got light wavelength, lambda. So they have given a formula. F lambda, velocity is equal to F lambda, frequency multiplied by lambda. Now lambda is the wavelength. And when I want lambda, I have to divide the velocity by frequency. So velocity, mind velocity is much, much faster than the light velocity. It can go to America and come down. It can go to universe and come down. So in that, such a fast velocity I have as a source, and I have a frequency, but I can reduce the frequency. When I reduce the frequency to 8, my wavelength increases. When I bring it to the 4, my wavelength becomes double. Now, when I bring it to the 1, it is almost like 0. As the frequency tends to 0, my mental wavelength tends to infinity. Infinity is nothing but God. Infinity is nothing but universal consciousness. So I can merge with the universal consciousness. So if your mental frequency is always below 4, yes, your consciousness is at the level of universal consciousness, where you will understand the cause and effect and what will happen. You will be able to realize it and get it as an intuition. So now it is very simple, Swamiji says. Mind is already there, it's a natural source with us. Mental frequency is the only thing, if I am able to, if I am conscious of my mental frequency, I can always keep the mental frequency at least in the thurium level, means subconscious level. With that, I can work with the peripheral consciousness. If I can go deep in the meditation, I can go at the super conscious level, where I can work and I can also get connected with the intuitionary level. And if I keep practicing the meditation of Thuriyam, Thuriyadidam, my consciousness will go and merge with the universal consciousness. At that level, I will not be suffering, first of all. No shocking, no exaggeration. So you will be firm like a rock. Your mental frequency is stabilized. You will be standing firm like a rock. That is what Thiruvalluvar says. Nilayil theriyadu adangiyan thotram malayinum vaanav theridu. So where we need mental stability, and this kind of pandemic time, the whole world needs stability of the mind, and to approach and do the things rightly without causing harm to anybody as well as to the self. And the most needed time, I think Doctor has taken up this concept. It is very easy, understanding the basic science of the consciousness and the level of working, and having blessed by the Guru to bring down our frequency. That is possible only by the initiation of Kundalini Yoga, where we are able to concentrate our mind on the life force itself. And very easy to bring down the mental frequency from the peripheral level to the subconscious level. From subconscious level to superconscious, superconscious to universal consciousness is further easy by constant practicing and constantly introspecting. Because introspection, if you do only, our subconscious can go to superconscious and able to overcome the sin imprints and able to achieve merge with the superconscious, the universal consciousness, and get all the wealth for the family, for the society, for anybody. So this is what Swamiji has done it, practiced it, trained us to practice it. I think I have conveyed what Swamiji has given to us, a great treasure. Thank you one and all for listening to me. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. who has taken up the right time, the right concept, a great treasure Swamiji has given. The Aliyar, the whole institution under our president is working to spread this peace, this knowledge, bring the whole world below the peripheral consciousness. Once we bring it, it gives the peace to the self, peace to the society, peace to the world. Achieving world peace will be very useful. So now straight away, so now Doctor has attacked where we have to concentrate. That is our consciousness. So, and that consciousness will definitely bring peace to everybody. By merging with Swamiji's consciousness, let me pray, let me wish and bless the whole world. Be blessed by the divine, be blessed by the divine, be blessed by the divine.
Thank you, Dr. Nakkeeran. Be blessed by the divine. Thank you again for taking us to the higher level of consciousness. Now let us call upon Dr. Jayaprakash. He will talk to us on the Maharishi's poems, Jnanakalanjiya Kavidegal. Dr. Jayaprakash Ayya, welcome.
Valka Vayyakam, Valka Valamdan. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
And slightly raise it if you want. If you can.
Okay, let me open. My topic is.
Yes, Doctor. It's okay. Now it's okay.
The topic is new.
Maharishi's poems, Jnanakalanjiya Kavidegal.
Yeah, my topic is not poems, actually, Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind. Let me explain, actually. Okay.
Okay.
His screen is seeing it, sir? Are you able to see in the screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
Able to?
Yeah. No, we are not. We are not getting the screen.
Not able to see in it, is it?
No.
Okay.
Try again. Go back and come.
Yeah, okay. Let me open it in other.
Okay.
Okay, 1 minute. Just I will.
No problem.
வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். Be blessed by the divine power. Just I am opening it. வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன், டாக்டர். When you disconnect and connect again, you may get it.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். Able to see it, sir?
Yes, sir. Now it's coming.
Are you able to hear it? வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். We are getting it.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். Are you able to hear it, sir?
Yes, doctor. We are seeing.
Okay. 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 Be blessed by the divine power. Let things of conscious. Let the blessings of divine and good day and night to all places of life. Our respected Professor Dr. Rabindranath and eminent Prof to present my topic on Vethathiri of mind. Agenda I'm going to present here. What is Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind? Why it has been I position as Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind? What is 350 years problem in? How Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind could solve the problem? Search of mind. See, mind is the complex and puzzled one. In this search, there are two distinct disciplines, science and philosophy. Are working on this. So the approach by the science is an external way, and they are using the machines like chromatography, that is CT, MRI, EEG. And whereas in a philosophy, it's internal. Say they make it as mind as a tool through various meditation. They are identifying the search for the mind. So the query method is, this is enquiry based. Science is enquiry based. Query, the word, if you take it as a question, it comes from the root word quest. Quest become the query. If we search the answer outside, we call it as an enquiry. If the search is inside, it is called an inquiry. So the science is using this as an enquiry. Outside, it is searching for the answer through the senses. whereas philosophy is searching inside through beyond the senses. So the result, it varies in science, whereas in a philosophy, intuition and insights they are getting. So the method is, it is called as an intellectual or rational method, whereas in philosophy, it is called as a holistic method. So the problem in science is unable to realize the key concept of soul, consciousness and magnetism, whereas in philosophy, unable to explain the key concept in the scientific community. So in the search of mind, Maharishi is mainly using the philosophical concept he explained in the scientific way, and he says that both the fields should be joined together to achieve the results. How can we do it? As we all know, what is mind? Maharishi has been explained. A mind is the sixth transformation of biomagnetism, which is a major important paradigm shift in the concept of mind. But we are all know. But how do you send this information to the scientific world? So when I search for it, I identified that there is a field called philosophy of mind. So there is a field called philosophy of mind, which is exclusively deal with various theories of mind and various concepts they are discussing with it. And it is mostly by the Westerner. So Westerner concepts, Descartes, Kant, Freud, and various Westerners are joined to their concepts are they are dealing with this. So this mostly in Indian philosophy, they are not talking about mind, but they are talking more about the soul and consciousness. But Westerners, there is a separate field called philosophy of mind. How do you convey this Vethathiri Maharishi concepts to that particular discipline, philosophy of mind, which comes under the cognitive science? So I deliberately position that Vethathiri Maharishi concept as a philosophy of mind. But when we are positioning it, we need to define what is what. So when I define what is Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind, and just explain that Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy is Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy pertaining to the mind and consciousness. It is Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind. It is divided into two, that is philosophy of mind of man and mind of God. So the mind of man is related with the individual level, whereas the mind of God is related with the cosmic level. And I explained when I defined all those things. So the mind of man means Vethathiri Maharishi redefined organism, and he has explained that what is the difference, 8 differences between the animate and inanimate things. And he's also explained about what is mind, what is made up of, how it is working through the biomagnetism and the genetic center principles. So this is, we have positioned Vethathiri Maharishi concept in the Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind. But in the philosophy of mind domain, there is it was started around 350 years ago. There is a problem in this. So understand this 350 years old problem, you need to understand the René Descartes. That is a French rationalist, René Descartes. He lived in 1956 to 1650. He is a very renowned philosopher. He is positioned as the father of modern philosophy, and he has done a lot of work. And his famous statement is, I think, I am, therefore. And his view that one cannot rely on one's senses because the senses are proven to be deceptive. And he has done, he is a mathematician, rationalist, and a philosopher, a scientist. And he has given one important problem, that is body-mind problem. It is called as a dualism. And he's, according to physics, the things are made up of atoms, that is energy particle. His view that the body and mind are made up of different substances. If mind is made up of energy particles, it is not following the physical laws. His view that mind is made up of another substance, but he could not identify it. So he has made it, the problem is viewed as a dualism. So dualism is the most discussed, debated topic in the philosophy of mind, right from the Descartes period. That is around more than 350 years, the dualism problem, still it is discussing it. And is there any solutions we can able to give from the Vethathiri Maharishi point of view? Let us see how Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy could solve the issue. So we could solve the dualism problem using the Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of concept theoretically first. Absolute size is almighty. Its characteristic is self-surrounding pressure force from which the dust particle is produced. The association of dust particle is energy particle. A dust particle comes out of the energy particle is the magnetism. The magnetism has 6 transformation. The 6th transformation is mind. So this is the core concept of Vethathiri Maharishi. This is what exactly the Descartes as was looking for. So he told that there is a one substance which is not the energy particle, but it is that different, but he could not able to see it. The substance is a magnetism. This basically the magnetism is a dust particle which comes out of the energy particle. So theoretically we have an answer. So Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind has theoretically answer what Descartes is looking for. The dualism we can able to solve the problem theoretically. So it is a 350 years old problem. So there are various views they have given. It is the most discussed and debated. In my paper, I have given this, what are the various concepts, how they are given. I have given this paper to the Dr. Rabindranath. So here, we know that the mind, the other end of the mind is consciousness. We need to develop certain kind of models actually. See, this is consciousness, life force, soul, genetic center, biomagnetism. It is transformed into 6th level. The 6th level is the biomagnetism. This kind of a knowledge to be developed as a model, so that, see, this is what Maharishi is given. But while doing the simplified physical Kundalini yoga, we can able to realize the fact. But it is only we can able to validate at the individual level. But to prove this theory to the scientific forum, we need the theory to be converted into a proven facts. So how do we prove this fact? So the solution for the problem is, this philosophy, Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind should be a computational model to be developed. So Vethathiri Maharishi model of mind to be developed. But if we able to create a model through the computational, we can able to tell to the whole world that what is this model. So already we have been, so Maharishi has told many concepts of mind. So it has to be positioned under one category, that Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind. This Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind to be converted into Vethathiri Maharishi model of mind. So the development of model required expertise in the various domains, including the biology, mathematics, computational, psychology, physiology. There are various core field, some people expertise is required. So we need a help from major research institutions like NIMHANS or various prominent body. We can able to create this philosophy into the model. We can prove to this model to the world. So if we see it, we have a theoretically very good way. If somebody is asking what is soul, we can able to clearly, we can explain. So man, if we divide it into that, there is a system. Each system we have organs, tissues, cells. So this is only another 30, 40 years back, we studied that the basic building block of the man is the cell. And nowadays people are studying in the textbook 10th or 12th is DNA, that is chromosome, gene, ATG elements. So up to this we call it as a astral body. From up to dust particle and consciousness, we call it as a causal body. So we already know the physical body, the astral body and causal bodies will be there. So what is soul means? It is very simple. Maharishi has very clearly defined the combination of the astral body and physical body is the soul. So the zygote, which is the input for the physical body to grow, it is contained the causal body and the astral body. From this zygote only the physical body is developed. So these are all the things theoretically we can explain to anyone, but we need to develop as a computation model to prove it. So at least we have in a theoretically what is soul, what is consciousness, what is life force, what is energy particle, all those things. But right now we have only in hand is the simplified Kundalini Yoga sky practices. As an individual level, we can able to validate, but to prove to this to the whole world, we need to develop as a model. So I am conclude that if Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind, it's turned into Vethathiri Maharishi model of mind, the theoretical solutions can be proved to this world. So to sum up, I have to say this. There is a field called philosophy of mind. So it's mostly consists of Western philosophers, concepts are there. We need to position Vethathiri Maharishi concepts as a Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind. We have to be addressed to them. And we have to tell them that Vethathiri Maharishi philosophy of mind has all the theoretical answers. And these theoretical answers to be developed into the model. Once it is done, then we can able to solve the 350 years old problem of the dualism to the world. Then the whole world will be turned to us. Happy for the opportunities presented to me. Thanks one and all. Valga valam. Is it okay, Maya?
Thank you, Doctor.
Should I do
Thank
anything?
you, Doctor.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. Be blessed by the divine. It was an excellent presentation, and we all enjoyed seeing your building blocks. And
okay.
May I call upon from ooty, Professor Sathyamoorthy from ooty. He will enlighten us on imprint and consciousness. Padivigalum unarvu niligalum. Welcome, Dr. Sathyamoorthy.
Valga valamudan.
Valga valamudan.
It's not connected.
Connected.
Valga vayyagam. Valga vayyagam. Valga valamudan. Honorable friends, consciousness is a Latin word whose original meaning was knowing or aware. So a conscious person has an awareness. I know you all are conscious, aware of awareness. So I respect and wish you all good health, long life, enough wealth, peace and prosperity by the grace of Almighty. I was commanded to speak about imprint and consciousness. Maharishi spake, it moved. That was the beginning. Before that, it was the silent, static, infinite truth. The shimmering was life energy, cumulus cradling the atoms in the rapturous churning of the centrifugal world. They joined and co-joined, clashed and exploded. In one volatile splendor, it was the unfolding, the massing of constellations, the suns and the stars, the manifestation of all things animate and inanimate, the awakening of consciousness, the dance of life between birth and death. It was a communion to commingling of spirit and flesh, the emergence of man conscious of justice and righteousness, fulfilling himself in awareness and in service, selfless and pure. If I explain his original poem in Tamil, will be apt because translating is duplicating only not with perceptional flow. That is he said, ஆதி எனும் பரம்பொருள் மெய் எழுச்சி பெற்று அணுவென்ற உயிராகி அணுக்கள் கூடி மோதி இணைந்து இயங்குகின்ற நிலைமைக்கேற்ப மூலகங்கள் பலவாகி அவை இணைந்து வேதித்த அண்ட கோடிகளாய் மற்றும் பிறப்பு இறப்பிடை உணர்தல் இயக்கமாகி நீதி நெறி உணர் மாந்தராகி வாழும் நிலை உணர்ந்து தொண்டாற்றி இன்பம் காண்போம். எழுச்சி பெற்று அணுவென்ற உயிராகி, உயிர் அந்த ஆரிஜின்லயே வந்துட்டு, so imprint begins there itself. Let us see what is life. Uyir means life. Many writers and philosophers have given definition for life. The inner meaning of the definitions can be understood only by the wise. Now we have to find out a simple way. Most of the people who have moderate thinking capacity should be able to understand the meaning for life easily, so that high thoughts and deeds will become the habit of the mind and body respectively. What is life? It is a phenomenon comprising so many actions and secrets of the universe. The philosophical understanding, the life means an action or movement of truth. The truth is the prime state of nature. Truth is the matter state. It is Almighty. It is also called God. A subtle particle action of truth is atom, Parama Anu, atom, the tiniest particle which is indivisible. Atomos, a Greek word, indivisible. Here philosophers' atom is indivisible one, tinier than Higgs boson, not chemistry atom, which is termed as hydrogen as 1, atomic weight 1. In action state, it is known as Paramanu or atom. This is life. The life is the action state of truth. The atom is the first action of the truth. It is called life in philosophical terms. This action is the fundamental actions of the universe. Repulsive and attractive forces start from this action, which is called universal magnetism or cosmos consciousness. But to the common peoples, a multiple and combined action which builds up and preserves the living body and measures and senses the other actions by comparison is life. That can also be taken as correct because the Paramanu in the space is called universal magnetism. The same is called personal magnetism or biomagnetism, sensing action, knowledge or life in living body. The Paramanu in the space is with single action as force. There it is with absolute velocity. But in the living body, the functioning as a power of manifold activities by a long chain action, its velocity is decreased. It is obstructed and diverted then and there by the forces of several elements. It encircles the atoms, molecules, and the cells of the body and converts and releases the surplus force of them as light, sound, smell, taste, and absorbs into the space. In the same way, it functions as sensing action also, measuring the sensing force perceived between that of a body and the other objects and between any other two objects by comparison and feeling as harmonious or one. The remarkable function of the personal magnetism. Therefore, calling the manifold function of Paramanu in the living body as life is correct. To imagine the life in body, it is a special type of cosmic chain of electronic links during uncountable activities. The body is the box of resistance for it. A number of cosmic electrons are always getting out from the body, and the number of such electrons are getting into the body. The body is kept in condition and its functions are given on regularly according to the comparative quantity of stock, charge, conversion, consumption of personal magnetism. The personal magnetism is a cosmic energy which is circulating within the body. Quantity of that energy is required to be in stock to keep up the body in good condition. In addition to the stock, certain quantity is being charged, certain quantity of it in the body is being converted as pressure, pressure force, light, sound, smell, taste, and sensing and consumed continuously. Life is a result of chain action of Paramanu. It is not a permanent one. As sound and as light, the life also is a reaction only. Perceiving with senses, measuring the actions of the appearances, and forming ideas on them are the net results of life. Such results are jointly called knowledge. Now let us see about imprints. Consciousness begins in Paramanu itself. It evolved, and according to the association of particles, 5 elements the inanimate formed. The imprint in hydrogen is not alike as oxygen. It has got its own character. When it is converted into animate, in all chemical reaction, compounds formed in different forms. When nature urged and RNA, ribonucleic acid, formed, its imprint changed. If it has the environment, it will multiply on its own. It is the virus. Today's hot topic is COVID-19 pandemic. If 2 RNA makes a compound, it is DNA, which also is virus and has the same character as RNA, but RNA is virulent and unstable, whereas DNA is stable and less virulent. This becomes the bridge between animate and inanimate. We can consider as living because it multiplies, and non-living because no sensing. Thus, evolution continued to bacteria, amoeba, plants, etc. from 1 sense to 6th sense till human race. All the evolution is a continuous process. Living being has its imprints in DNA in each body cell. If you analyze, it has the knowledge of cosmos consciousness to till date, millions of birth chain we have taken to speak in present age, in present age, this life up to God. Our father's DNA has got less imprints than us because there is a difference of 30 years of age and its experience and imprints counts. Coming to the human consciousness, researchers have long thought that it resides somewhere in the cortex, the outer layer in the brain, but no one has been able to pinpoint where. The Harvard team identified not only the specific brainstem region linked to arousal, but also two cortex regions that all appear to work together to form consciousness. Conscious mind is thought, subconscious mind is feelings, unconscious mind is beliefs, they say. And 7 states of consciousness: waking consciousness, dreaming, REM sleep consciousness, dreamless sleep, REM sleep consciousness, transcendental consciousness, cosmic consciousness, glorified state of cosmic consciousness, and unified state of cosmic consciousness. In general practice, we call 3 stages of consciousness: peripheral conscious mind, subconscious mind, superconscious mind. Peripheral conscious mind, I can compare with computer and explain. Any hardware, that is handheld computer or laptop, containing vast amounts of information which is in constant flow and is important to the owner, but not so important as to be stored in wetware. Subconscious mind, EPROM, erasable programmable read-only memory, is a special type of PROM that can be erased by exposing it to ultraviolet light. Once it erased, it can be reprogrammed. Superconscious mind, PROM, programmable read-only memory, is a memory chip on which data can be written only once. Once a program has been written onto a PROM, it remains there forever. That is why we say mind is supercomputer. Mind is the extended activity of one's own soul. The other end of mind is God. If you practice Kundalini Yoga, you can convert your mental frequency from beta waves to alpha, theta, and delta waves at will and awareness. That means we can read which is written in PROM by God universally. You can merge with the function of first Paramanu, evolved and experience its evolution from atom to human life till date. It is termed as God consciousness, cosmic consciousness, or alchemy. They can visualize the atomic configuration visually. Peripheral mind is thought, sense organs, activities. Subconscious mind, feeling, imprinted in brainstem region, cortex. Superconscious mind, imprinted in DNA. To conclude, my humble statement to NIMHANS doctors: I am academically illiterate and cosmically scholar. Me, at will and with full awareness, will bring my mental frequencies from beta to alpha, theta, and delta. I can give my body as a guinea pig for research. I wish you all good health, long life, enough wealth, peace and prosperity, linking my conscious with Almighty. Be blessed. வாழ்க வளமுடன், வாழ்க வளமுடன், வாழ்க வையகம்.
Be blessed by the divine. Thank you, Professor Sathyamoorthy, for enlightening on imprints and consciousness. We are very grateful to you. Next, may I call upon Dr. Professor Shegaraya. Kayakalpa and consciousness. Yes, வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். Am I audible?
Yes, you are quite audible.
Thank you. May the whole world enjoy prosperity, happiness, peace, and wisdom. Be blessed by the divine. வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். Highly appreciable sky professors, spiritually inclined scientists, philosophers, and my dear enlightened WCC Sky members from all over the world, good evening to every one of you. I wish all of you a happy, prosperous, healthy, and blissful life by the grace of Almighty. I am happy in meeting all of you through online seminar, well organized by WCC R&D team, headed by Dr. Rabindranath and team of the members. This, my presentation, KAYAKALPA and Consciousness. This presentation is a reflection of our Guru Vethathiri Maharishi's teachings, philosophy, and scientific explanations on the subject of KAYAKALPA and consciousness as understood by me. My grateful thanks to our Guru, Siddhar, Doctor, Philosopher, Scientist, Vethathiri Maharishi. I feel honored to join all of you. It's always a great pleasure because all the professors, Sky professors, lightening the candle by activating knowledge, curiosity, and wisdom. So really special and great salutation to every one of the speakers on this seminar. Speakers are lighting enough the future of peaceful life. As you all know, excellence is a continuous process, not an accident. We are all in the right track and we want to really excellence each and everyone we do in our life. Scientific community, why now humanity is suffering? Scientific community, spiritual community, both were trying to find out the root cause of problem in human life. You know, the biggest threats in the world in this humanity in the 21st century is mental depression and is related to our mind. Yoga means to join the union of self-consciousness, Atma, with the soul consciousness, that is Paramatma, God, Supreme Soul. Yoga helps to identify the real self, which is always unaffected, blissful, and unchangeable. This might be easily understanding at an intellectual level, but to experience it, a long, continuous practice is required. For that KAYAKALPA Yoga, I repeat, for the KAYAKALPA Yoga to help to achieve this. Purpose of yoga is a liberate of all material enjoyments, attachments. Life is the journey of consciousness towards perfection. That is, from 5 sense consciousness develops to 6 sense consciousness. Also, 6 sense consciousness develops into supreme consciousness, that is universal consciousness. For that KAYAKALPA Yoga practice, I repeat, for the KAYAKALPA Yoga practice, which helps the sexual energy, should be converted into spiritual energy. The sexual energy should be converted into spiritual energy. Normally, 5 sense consciousness leads in the human beings perishable pleasures, suffering pleasures, worldly pleasures, and evil pleasures. The worldly attachment with 5 sense and material enjoyment should be neutralized and full contentment should be achieved. This is one of the aim of purpose of life for human being. In human being at the age of maturity between 9 to 14, the pineal gland, which is located in the head portion, starts regressing, and which this process has advanced to a certain degree, the sex hormone starts functioning in the body. Until this time, the pineal gland arrests the sexual consciousness in the child and also associated rapid growth of the emotional and mental character. The moment the regression of pineal gland is complete, the emotional growth becomes rapid and the child finds it difficult to adjust, delay the emotional growth in relation to physical growth. The child's stability is enhanced greatly. To do this, maintain the health of the pineal gland, and for this practice of KAYAKALPA Yoga is very, very important. I repeat it. To do this, maintain the health of the pineal gland, and for this practice of KAYAKALPA Yoga is very important. The 6th sense that human possesses has the potential to understand and win over the nature to some extent. This enlightenment can postpone aging and the death. If one can thicken the sexual vital food and increase its stock at will, the life force and biomechanism can be maintained at the maximum level and death can be postponed. Again, at will, one can stop the mind functioning, which means one can stop and invite death at his will, at her will. KAYAKALPA exercise controls and maintains the quantity and quality of sexual vital fluid. The Ojas breath recycles the sexual vital fluid and brings it up towards the brain, crown chakra, through the spinal cord. In this process, sexual vital fluid is starting point, the brain. The consciousness from sensation to realization of omnipotence, it's also called mind or knowledge. The knowledge or mind started to function only from the sensation as instinct. The instinct developed into need, zeal, and action. As a result, the senses from 1 to 5 were developed concurrently with the suitable evaluation of physical structures. The purpose of omnipotence emerged through the living beings to enjoy the beauty and value of its own physical expression, the universe and its functions. With the 5 senses, some of the universal functions were understood and enjoyed. Up to that effect, the consciousness of truth also was developed stage by stage. But many of the functions and portions of the universe were left unknown with the 5 senses. The primordial state of universe and the existence and the basic or static state of life could not be realized with the 5 senses. So the force of consciousness had to extend its function to the stage of 6th sense. As a result, the evaluation of man came into being. In the gradation of development of the 6th sense, there are 4 stages. There are fulfillment of the bodily needs, giving artificial changes and artificial beauties to the natural resources, enjoying the beauties of nature with artistically cleverness, discovering the secrets of nature and utilizing the benefits to the harmony of life, realizing the existence of primordial state of universe, the life and mind and their relationship with one another. Only man is so great on this earth by the excellence of his thought, by the higher openness of the 6th sense. Men are more immense than all living beings and all living beings. It is possible to live long by delaying the aging process and retaining youth. The ways to achieve this was known to the Siddha saints, or who left behind records of their research in the form of poems, yet their secrets remain hidden from all for many centuries. In the words of saint poet Sowmithran, the life energy stored in the Mooladhara, when raised to the head, make even the old young, the body begins to glow. Vethathiri Maharishi, who undertook a study of the methods of the saints for nearly 40 years, was able to formulate a practice through which the energies could be raised as mentioned above, which he propagated amongst the people for the benefit of all. This method is jewel in the crown of the system of simplified Kundalini Yoga. I repeated, this KAYAKALPA method is the jewel in the crown of the system of simplified Kundalini Yoga. The mind is a combination of feelings, thoughts, and knowledge, the consciousness. This determines human behavior. Behavior is determined by the activity of the mind. The mental development of psychology depends on the nature of the mind. This illusionment occurs when feelings, thoughts, and knowledge disintegrate. Decomposition of thoughts is dementia. Depression is just like any other illness which just needs full support from others. The decay of knowledge is the decay of the mind. The sense of the 5 senses are implanted in the brain and transformed into thoughts, developing the capacity for knowledge and gaining individuality. We can't see the mind. We can't see the mind. The mind includes the brain. It is the mind that derives all the organs in the body. There are 10 trillion cells in the brain. The brain develops at the age of 6. It takes an average of 7% brains to work as a human being. It is awesome if it works 7 to 9%. He is awesome if it works 7 to 9%. For this, the brain cells function must be better. Scientists have found that the function of pineal gland improves memory and cognition. Pineal gland plays an important role in the transformation of the thoughts into action. It can be said to be the abode of the life energies. Scientists refer to it as a clock within the body. Even though the gland is located in the deepest recesses of the brain in total darkness, it is capable of cognitioning the external world in the form of light and shadows through the eyes. A study of the cross-section of pineal gland reveals it capable of receiving universal magnetism directly. In the evening, as darkness sets in, the pineal gland begins to secrete a hormone called melatonin. This secretion is stopped at dawn approaches. In winter, when the nights are longer, secretion of melatonin is more, and in summer, when the days are shorter, it is less. This creates a doubt whether a change in the mental condition does take place according to the change in the seasons. Doing KAYAKALPA, pineal gland is activated. I repeated, doing KAYAKALPA, pineal gland is activated, all the brain cells are activated. Doing KAYAKALPA, all the brain cells are activated. Mind is purified. All parts of the brain become fully active. Evil thoughts are superimposed with the good ones, born out of awareness. Life becomes reorganized with the purity of thoughts. Noble thoughts that come from us reflect in the minds of the others. The subconscious mind dominates the conscious mind and peace prevails. The subconscious mind strengthens itself. A state of constant awareness prevails and reflection of the imprints into thoughts is prevented. The conscious transforms into super consciousness. Intuition dawns and the secrets of the universe begin to unfold in the mind. Clarity and courage increase. This state of mind is commonly seen among philosophers and those involved in scientific research. The functional states of the mind can be classified into three, namely the conscious mind, subconscious mind, superconscious mind. The subconscious mind, which connects the other two states, is considered the most important of the three. When the mind is involved with the sense organs and engaged in perceiving, enjoying, recalling, thinking, and producing imprints in accordance with the requirements of needs, habits, or circumstances, the imprints may be registered at any of three levels via the conscious, subconscious, superconscious. Depending on the quality and strength of the imprints, that imprints depending on the quality of the layer in the brain as well as body cells, which is the ectoplasm, Voges energy. The imprints acquired by a person in his limbs and sense organs, the jnana indriyas and karma indriyas, while practicing a trade, a profession, act to his skills. They are registered at the level of the conscious mind. On the other hand, the knowledge or acumen gained by him from the profession is recorded in the brain cells at the level of the subconscious mind. The imprints contained in the conscious and subconscious mind are subsequently transposed into the superconscious mind, the biomagnetic field in the reproductive cells. Now let us discuss about buddhi, knowledge, the peripheral consciousness. The mind studies all objects, events, actions, or the past and present, comparing them with each other in terms of three parameters: length, breadth, depth. During the process, changes are induced in the body which produce a sensation of pleasure or pain. Perceptions take place and imprints are created in the sense organs. The conscious mind, which exists at the materialistic level, performs the functions of cognition them. Now discuss about siddha, siddham, buddhi, siddham. The siddham, subconscious mind. Siddham means subconscious mind. When the mind is engaged in studying the qualities or nature of an object or thing at levels beyond normal sensory perception, the senses are inactive. For example, we see a person coming towards us in the state, and as long as he is at distance and cannot be recognized, we only see him as an individual walking towards us. But as soon as he comes closer, we recognize him. We are reminded of his nature and characteristics. This function of the mind is not a part of a regular sensory perception and is performed by the sixth sense. Here, the mind functions at the subconscious level. Siddham works in coordination with buddhi, assisting it and producing imprints. Buddhi cannot function effectively without the help of the siddham. When buddhi comes weak or stops functioning, siddham works independently. It is active all the time except when asleep. Let's now discuss about superconscious mind. The superconscious mind is the deepest of the three, capable of perceiving the truth behind every manifestation in the universe, including the phenomenon called the mind, the mightiest among the transformations undergone by the divine state. The superconscious mind contains records all the knowledge and information acquired and passed on through the heredity by the millions of living things that preceded man on this planet. It is capable of attaining very subtle frequencies whereby it can connect itself to all the events that take place in this universe. Just as a tree lies within a tiny seed waiting for the right opportunity to manifest itself, the superconscious retains all the secrets of the universe, the records of the earlier events, and the experiences of all the earlier generations, awaiting the right moment to present them through the conscious mind. Mind is one of the special features in living being, living thing, and sensations form the basis for the mind. When the sensations are suitable to the body and mind and in keeping with the needs, circumstances, and the yield pleasure, otherwise they produce pain. Similarly, when the feelings of pleasure exceed the levels that can be tolerated by the body, it results in pain. When the emotions rule the mind and biomagnetism is expended in large quantities, pleasure turns into pain. Biomagnetism is essential for the functioning of the both body and the mind, as a result of which fluctuations in its levels occur frequently. The quality and quantity of biomagnetism depends on the quality and quantity of the life force particles. The quality and quantity and the life force particle depends on the quantity and quality of the sexual vital fluid. We have to maintain the sexual vital fluid at the normal level in order to maintain good physical and mental health. Kayakalpa comprises two wonderful exercises: recycling of the sexual vital fluid and toning up of the nervous system. At Ashwini Mudra, Ojas Mooch, Ojas breathe. It consists of Ashwini Mudra and Ojas breathe. Kayakalpa exercise controls and maintains the quantity and quality of the sexual vital fluid. The Ojas breath recycles the sexual vital fluid and brings it up towards the crown chakra head portion through the spinal cord. In this process, sexual vital fluid is a starting point, the brain. Now conclusion. Vethathiri Maharishi says, Karai poki vittadane uraye cheyum kayakalpa paichiyinal ulanoi neengum nirai manamum eegayodu porumai karpu நேர் நிறையும் மன்னிப்பும் இயல்பாய் ஓங்கும் இறை உணர்வு விழிப்பு நிலை அறிவு கூர்மை இனிய சொல் எண்ணத்தின் உறுதி மேன்மை மறைபொருளாம் மனம் உயிர் மெய் உணர்வு கிட்டும் மாதவமாய் பிறப்பு இறப்பு தொடர் அறுக்கும். So Kayakalpa Yoga, in addition to the physical well-being, there is significant spiritual benefit. The sexual energy is transmuted into spiritual energy by directing it to the crown chakra, that is pineal gland. The enlightenment of the consciousness, which is the purpose of life, is achieved naturally and gradually. The temperamental moods in man's personality, such as greed, anger, miserliness, immoral sexual passion, vanity, and vengeance, get supplemented. Moral behaviors and spiritual awareness prevail for the happiness and welfare of all. So the purification of the sexual vital fluid will enable to get better progeny in health, mind, and behavior, improves the strength of the brain cell, memory power, clarity of thinking, recalling power, knowledge improves, the truth realization becomes possible. Excess energy is converted into a proper way of use of joyful life, peaceful life, healthy life. This awareness is developed in our conscious mind. Physical energy, always connected with the five senses, can be converted into mental energy. The mind becomes stronger and subtler. Emotions cannot overcome the mind easily. Imprints of birth thoughts available in brain cells and genetic center are eradicated. The spiritual energy will be developed. That is, the spiritual energy developed. Ego, illusion, imprints, bad imprints are eradicated totally due to regular and long-term practices. Material consciousness is removed and spiritual consciousness rules the mind. The body and mind are strengthened and rejuvenated. Mind is purified. Quality of mind is improved and spiritual elevation takes place. So I conclude the Kayakalpa is a precious gift to the mankind. With this, I conclude my paper. Thank you so much for everyone listening to me. Walha Valamudan.
Walha Valamudan Ayya. Be blessed by the Divine Doctor for the excellent speech on this Kayakalpa and consciousness. Now may I call upon the next professor, senior professor Sowmithran Ayya, and you can enlighten us on MOUNAM and consciousness. MOUNAMum Unarvum. Welcome, Dr. Professor Sowmithran.
வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். Silence and consciousness. Good evening to all. Rishis and saints have given to the mankind a lot of exercise to attain consciousness. One among them is called silence, which drives us to realize consciousness through this unique exercise. The saints acquired this unique power through the practice of silence. Based on their own experience, they had formed 10 types of silences. That is called Karvi MOUNAM, control of Karma Indriyas, Intriya MOUNAM, control of Jnana Indriyas, Karya MOUNAM, abstinence from all activities, namely indulgence and sensing. Uravu MOUNAM, away from external forces. Kala MOUNAM, not aware of time at any point of the day. Karana MOUNAM, focused silence. The next one is Mano MOUNAM, control of mind. Maha MOUNAM, epitome of silence. Eka MOUNAM, concentrated silence. Jnanikalin MOUNAM, saintly silence. Guru Vethathiri Maharishi had, after acquisition of his own realization, preferred 3 important types of silence out of 10 to the mankind for their own well-being. Observation of silence or MOUNAM forms one of the important practice in yoga. MOUNAM is not merely abstaining from conversation. It is a practice to control the mind. Vocal silence is merely the external manifestation of the practice. MOUNAM is 3 types as per Guruji. Abstinence from speaking, abstinence from all activities, and third one is Maha MOUNAM. Abstinence from speaking is maintaining vocal silence. Abstinence from all activities is controlling the Jnana Indriyas, that is sensory organs, and the Karma Indriyas of organs of action. Maha MOUNAM is controlling the wandering of the mind and the being in a state of divine awareness. The quality of the existing imprints make the human mind seek pleasure and avoid pain in its experience when relating to the external world through the sensory organs. Of course, the pleasure is the natural trait in the human mind. Sensual pleasures become pain when the limits are exceeded. The 6th sense should rule the other 5 senses in a human being. Peace of mind is important for achieving the purpose of life. Pain disturbs the peace of the mind and comes in the way of spiritual progress. Man should try to lead a life devoid of pain and sufferings. The seers who lived during an earlier age realized the need for avoiding pain and spiritual progress in men. They arrived at the conclusion that the 3 impurities of ego, illusion, and imprints in the human soul were the reason behind all its problems. All living things are a part of nature, you are aware. In the emotional state of the mind, it remains unexpected and confined in the limits of the physical body. The individual begins to compare himself with the others around him in terms of age, physical strength, skills, knowledge, fame, wealth, and comforts, and feels superior, thereby distancing himself from nature and the others in the society. That is called ego. The 6th sense that blossomed in man with all the qualities of nature in it attempts to grow and realize itself. Ego comes in the way of this growth and splits into the 2 qualities, aggressiveness and possessiveness, which inhibit growth. Aggressiveness is the desire to rule over the others, while possessiveness is the attachment to material things and people. It is the desire to possess everything that can give pleasure. They are the qualities of I and mind found in man. The feelings of I and mind pave the way for the 6 temperaments of greed, anger, miscellaneous, immoral, sexual passion, vanity, and vengeance in the human mind. They increase the frequencies of the mind waves and bring the body to a state of action. Anything that is done under the influence of the temperaments results in suffering for the self and the others. All actions that result in pain, all evil deeds are sin. The consequences in the state of forgetfulness, when ego dominates the mind and evil deeds will be the outcome. The seers propagated certain practices for the eradication of the impurities, amongst which meditation and introspection are very, very important. The first step is the practice of meditation is to bring down the frequencies of the mind waves by focusing it on the life energies. This practice has to be learned from the trained guru or trained master. Changes can be brought in the qualities of the imprints through the regular practice of meditation and introspection. Taking a inadvisable during the practice of meditation and introspection and MOUNAM should be observed. The purpose of MOUNAM is the control of our mind, and MOUNAM becomes complete only practiced with the meditation and introspection, that is the consciousness. The purpose of oral communication is to make the others aware of our ideas, needs, and experiences. But a person who lacks lucidity in the mind cannot speak coherently. As Saint poet Thiruvallur puts in it one of his poems, humility earns lasting fame, grace and wisdom, waywardness cast bloom and darkness. When the ego remains subdued in the mind, merged with the static state, happiness and grace fill the mind, otherwise darkness fill the soul. When the mind stops wandering during MOUNAM and involves itself in introspection, the qualities of the divine, that is lie hidden with, become apparent. This is when we hear the voice of divine within ourselves in the form of an institution. The explained by the seers. This is achieved through the practices of MOUNAM, and it can be practiced by each one of us according to our convenience. Regular practice of MOUNAM rids the practitioner of the three impurities of the soul and helps him progress in the path of spirituality. Life becomes pleasant and peaceful, and the purpose of the life can be achieved. Actually, these are the Maharishi concept. The same thing, if we go for the other angle on the same subject, let us delve with what Vedas says about the silence in detail. Silence is a divine language which gives people a constructive life and a turning point for a man, good silence experience. For those who practice silence, the universe will come under his control and he realizes the consciousness. As said by many yogis, for people, self-realization, silence is the best way to practice according to experts. So the Upanishad says, one, to realize the God and also his own self-realization using his sixth sense can get the accurate fact, the ultimate through the silence. Using the above as the base, the four Vedas of Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharvana came into the being. After this, whether people realized themselves or not can be countered that too very few Mahans could be seen in the world. These Mahans gave people or a man to know himself. Upanishads are considered to be the byproduct of Vedas given by the Vyasar Mahan. Upon simplification of Vedas through Upanishads, many Mahans understood the concept. Subsequently, saints have given four types of practice to attain consciousness. That is, Vedasya Vyakyani. Those who are interested can use four Vedas to attain the God. The second one is Vyasasya Sutrani through Upanishad. realize the consciousness. The third one is Krishnasya Vyakyani, that is part of 4 types: Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Jnana Yoga. After practicing all the above, many more people or many more yogis realized themselves and God. Finally, Samadhi Bhasha came, that is called supreme language or MOUNAM. Before starting silence, we had gone into the detail of the origin. That is what to whom we are going to speak happen to be the speaker as well as a listener. This is called in Vedas Tatrubina Tadatmina. That means in Tamil, Solbavarum Avare, Ketpavarum Abare. When I am not there anywhere, there is no question of no body and mind, and all Sarvam Brahmam reaching this is called silence. To hear the divine voice, silence practice is the best tool for research. Who we are, where we are, should be realized is achieved through silence only. It is new to us, but this has been existing in the time of creation by the God. If we understood ourselves, we will get the truth. So to know oneself, a life of yoga is silence. When there is no thought of our mind, will be free from all material things. Nothing in outside of our body or mind, but everything is within ourselves. If we know the who am I concept, accordingly to the Bhagavad Gita, the God says he is present in all what one sees, including you. The time when we are able to see the secret of nature by using our sixth sense, he realized himself. For this, silence is the best tool. When the spread of mind decreases, the speed of our wisdom, that is analyzing capacity, increases. At this point of time, one reaches the ultimate. The bundle of thoughts remains in me when I am awake, but when I go for sleep, there is no thoughts at all. But again, when I get up, my mind goes back to square one. To stop the regular flow of various thoughts, silence is the consumed, converted practice. For practicing this, we should take a vow to continue to do regularly. Please note that crores of people practice silence, but lack of people's doing this through a guru. Thousands of people only continue to practice regularly. Only hundreds of people succeed in nearest to the goalpost, but only a very few attain the ultimate. Hence, for one to realize one's soul, silence is the only way to achieve it. Thank you very much for giving excellent opportunity to the R&D team. Be blessed by the divine. வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
Thank you, Professor Sowmithran. It was an entertaining and you have really taken us to the divine language of silence. And thank you once again for coming. And the next we call upon, on behalf of the Peru Radigalar, Nallur S. Saravanan. He will enlighten us with Vedanta Siddhanta Karthukalin Unarvu Nilai, consciousness according to Vedantam and Siddhantam. Nallur S. Saravanan Ayya, Vanga.
Okay, thank you.
You may kindly introduce shortly a few words about you, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Namachivaya Varga, Nadan Talvarga, இமைப்பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ்வாழ்க வாழ்க. அறிவு சான்ற பெருமக்களுக்கு இந்த மாலை வணக்கம். மதிப்பிற்குரிய பேரூர் சாந்தலிங்க ராமசாமி அடிகளாருடைய அரவணைப்பில் யானும் மருதாசல அடிகளார் அவருடைய வழிகாட்டுதலில் உங்களோடு இணைந்து இந்த இனிய வேளையில் கருத்து பரிமாறிக்கொள்வதற்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த திருவர்களுக்கும் குருவர்களுக்கும் வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த அறிவு சான்ற இந்த அவையில் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் என்ற ஆங்கில தலைப்பினுடைய பல்வேறு பரிமாணங்களை 360 டிகிரி என்பதாக அமைத்திருக்கிற இயக்குனர் அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்து என்னுடைய கருத்து உருவாக்கத்தை ஓரளவிற்கு சுருங்கிய அளவில் கூறிவிடுகின்றேன். ஐயா அவர்கள் இந்த அறிவு என்ற சொல்லை நாம் அதற்கு வழங்குவதா அல்லது உணர்வு என்கிற சொல்லை வழங்குவதா என்பதாகவெல்லாம் சுவாமிகளை பின்பற்றுபவர்களுக்கு ஒரு மயக்கம் வராது. ஆனால் எங்களை போன்றவர்களுக்கு அந்த மயக்கம் வரும். ஏனென்றால் சாத்திர தோத்திர அனுபவங்களோடு அதையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் முன்மொழிந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு சுவாமிகள் தமிழகம் சார்ந்து அறிவு சார்ந்த இந்த சடங்குகளை கடக்கிற ஒரு முன்னெடுப்பில் அறிவு திருக்கோயிலை அமைத்து இதை மக்களுக்கு வழங்கியிருக்கிறார்கள். அதிலே நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் மிக விரிவாக அறிவினுடைய பல படிகளை இங்கே அனுபவித்திருக்கிறீர்கள், பேசிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். என்றாலும் தமிழகத்திலே நிலவி இருக்கிற ஒரு தத்துவம் சார்ந்த அடிப்படைகளோடு அதை பற்றிய ஒரு செய்தியை நான் இங்கே உங்கள் முன்பாக வைக்கின்றேன். தொடக்கத்தில் அதாவது நம்முடைய மரபியல் சார்ந்தும் அறிவியல் சார்ந்தும் பிறகு சுவாமிகளுடைய கருத்துக்களை சார்ந்தும் இன்னும் மேலை நாட்டு அறிஞர்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை சார்ந்தும் இங்கே பலரும் கருத்துக்களை முன்வைத்தார்கள். அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் என்னுடைய நன்றியை சொல்லி தொடக்கத்தில் ஒரு சில வரையறைகளை நான் குறிப்பிட விரும்புகின்றேன். நம்முடைய இந்த நான் சொல்லுகின்ற என்னுடைய தத்துவம் சார்ந்த கருத்துக்கள் சைவ சித்தாந்தம் என்ற ஒரு தத்துவம் சார்ந்த கருத்து. இந்த சைவ சித்தாந்தம் என்ற பெயரை வரலாறு வழங்குவதற்கு முன்பதாக அது பற்றிய அனுபவங்கள் தமிழகத்திலே உண்டு. அந்த சைவ சித்தாந்தத்தை கடக்க வைக்கிற ஒரு படிகளை காழி கண்ணுடைய வள்ளல் என்பவர் செய்தார். அவருக்கு முன்னோடி சிவவாக்கியர். அவரை சிவவாக்கியரை வைத்துக்கொண்டு அருணகிரிநாதர் வருகிறார். அருணகிரிநாதருக்கு பின் வந்தவர்கள் அதையெல்லாம் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய உணர்வு என்பதாக கடவுளை அனுபவிப்பதை பற்றி பேசினார்கள். அந்த எல்லையில் சைவ சித்தாந்த அடிப்படைகளை அவர்கள் மறுக்க முடியாமல் அதில் இருக்கிறார்கள். இதற்கு பிறகு என்ன நடக்கிறது என்றால், ராமலிங்க அடிகளார் வந்து சமரச சுத்த சன்மார்க்கம் என்ற பெயரிட்டு ஒரு கொள்கையை வழங்குகிறார். அந்த கொள்கையிலேயும் கூட சைவ சித்தாந்தத்தினுடைய கலை சொற்கள் இல்லாமல் அதை புரிந்து கொள்ளவோ அல்லது அதை விவரித்து விடவோ முடியாது. அதனாலே இந்த சைவ சித்தாந்தம் என்கிற ஒரு தத்துவ தளத்திலிருந்து உங்களுக்கு இதை பற்றி நான் இந்த தலைப்பை ஒட்டி சில செய்திகளை முன்வைக்கின்றேன். குறுகிய கால அளவிலேயே நான் இதை நிறைவு செய்துள்ளேன். இருந்தாலும் பிறகு நீங்கள் விரிவான கருத்தரங்கிலே வாய்ப்பு உள்ள வகையில் நாம் சிந்திக்கலாம் என்று சொல்லி, இந்த மைண்ட் அண்ட் மேட்டர் என்பதாக தொடக்க காலத்தில் விவாதிக்கப்பட்டது. இதை பொருள் முதல்வாதம் என்று நாம் இந்தியம் சார்ந்தும் அதே சமயத்தில் அதை மெட்டீரியலிசம் என்பதாக மேலை உலகம் சார்ந்தும் சொல்லியிருக்கிறோம். இந்த இருமை கொள்கை என்பதாக ஒன்று மனம் உலகம் என்ற ஒரு செய்தியை முதலிலே எப்படி புரிந்து கொள்வது என்பது ஒரு வகை. அடுத்தது பௌதிகம் அபௌதிகம் அல்லது இந்த உலகியல் சார்ந்து உலகியல் கடந்து பிசிக்ஸ் அல்லது மெட்டாபிசிக்ஸ். மேட்டர் என்பதை பிசிக்ஸ் அல்லது பௌதிகம் என்பதற்குள்ளாக அடக்கினால் மெட்டாபிசிக்ஸ் என்பதை பௌதிகம் கடந்த அல்லது உலகியல் கடந்த ஒன்றாக குறிப்பிடுகிறார்கள். அதிலே தான் மைண்ட் என்ற சொல்லை புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டியிருக்கிறது. ஏனென்றால் மூளை என்பதையும் மனம் என்பதையும் மற்ற பொருள்களையும் வகைப்படுத்தி கொள்ள வேண்டும். இந்த கான்சியஸ்னஸ் என்பதை சொல்ல வருவதற்கு முன்னதாக அதை ஒரு பொருள் என்று சொல்லுவதா அல்லது அறிவு என்ற ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியாக மட்டும் அதை எடுத்துக்கொள்வதா என்பதை பற்றியும் தெளிவுபடுத்த வேண்டும். அறிவு என்பதை நாம் ஒரு நாட்குறிப்பு என்பதாக அல்லது டைரி என்பதாக வைத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். அந்த நாட்குறிப்பிலே எழுதப்பட்ட எல்லா கருத்துக்களுக்கும் இருப்பிடமாக உள்ள ஒன்றுதான் அறிவாளி. அந்த அறிவாளியை பற்றித்தான் வைத்து நாம் சொல்லிக்கொண்டு அதை அறிவு என்பதாக சொல்லுகிறோம். இந்த அறிவாள் என்பதாக இருக்கிற மனிதன், அவனுடைய அறிவு, அதற்கு பிறகு எல்லை கடந்த அறிவு என்பதாக சொல்லப்படுகிற ஒரு அறிவு. இந்த இரண்டு அறிவுகளுக்கும் இடையிலான ஒரு வேறுபாட்டை அல்லது ஒற்றுமையை எப்படி சொல்லுவது? அப்படி சொன்னால்தான் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் என்பதை பற்றிய ஒரு புரிதலுக்கான அடிப்படை வரையறைகளை தெளிவுபடுத்துவது அல்லது அட்டவணைப்படுத்துவது என்பது ஒரு தேவையான ஒன்று. பொதுவாக சென்ஸ், நாலெட்ஜ், கான்சியஸ்னஸ். நாலெட்ஜ் என்பதை அறிவு என்பதாக சொன்னால், சென்ஸ் என்பதை உணர்ச்சி என்பதாக சொல்ல வேண்டும். கான்சியஸ்னஸ் என்பதை எப்படி சொல்வது என்று கேட்டால் உணர்வு என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். உணர்வு என்பது ஒரு தன்மை. அந்த உணர்வு என்பது பொறி புலன்கள் மூலமாக இணையும் பொழுது அதற்கு வருவது உணர்ச்சி. அதன் மூலமாக வருகிற செய்தி அறிவு. அதாவது உணர்வு என்பது ஒரு தன்மை. அந்த தன்மை கருவிகள் மூலமாக இணையும் பொழுது உணர்ச்சி. அதனால் பெறப்படுகிற செய்திகள் அறிவு. இது ஒரு தொடக்க செய்தி. ஒரு அறிவை பற்றிய ஒரு விரிவான விளக்கம் வேண்டுமானால், அறிவு என்பது நம்மோடு ஒரு கட்டுப்படாத ஒன்றாக இருக்கிறது. கட்டுப்படாத ஒன்று என்று சொன்னால் கடவுளுடைய அறிவை நான் சொல்லவில்லை. ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்திற்குள் இந்த வேலையை செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அந்த வேலையை அந்த காலத்திலேயே முடிக்க முடியவில்லை. அப்படியானால் அறிவு என்பது தோற்று போய்விடுகிறது. அப்ப அதற்கு பெயர் அறிவு என்பதாக சொல்லலாமா? ஒரு செய்தியை முன்வைக்கிறேன் என்று சொன்னால் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட ஒரு வரையறைக்குள் என்னால் அதை அடக்க முடியவில்லை என்று சொன்னால் அப்ப அறிவு என்பது அங்கே இல்லை. செய்திகளினுடைய வளர்ச்சி அல்லது செய்தியினுடைய திரட்சி என்பது மோதிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அப்படி வரும்பொழுது அதை பற்றிய ஒரு முடிவுக்கு மிக தெளிவாக சித்தாந்த மரபில் இருக்கிற சாத்திரங்கள் எவ்வாறு காண்பான் அறிவு தனக்கு எல்லை என்று சொல்லுகிறது. ஒருவன் எந்த அளவிற்கு தன்னை நீட்டிக் கொள்ளுகிறானோ அந்த அளவிற்கு அவனுக்கு அறிவினுடைய எல்லை என்று சொல்லுகிறது. இதை பற்றி பேசும்பொழுதுதான் தொடர்பு என்பதை பற்றி பேசி அந்த தொடர்புக்கு மேலும் உலகியலான அல்லது யூனிவர்சல் நாலேஜ் என்பதாக ஒன்றை கடவுளை வைத்துக் கொண்டு நாம் பெறுகிற ஒரு வியாபகத்தை சூப்பர் கான்சியஸ் மைண்ட் என்பதாக ஒரு இணைப்பை செய்கிறோம். அப்படித்தான் அதெல்லாம் நடக்கிறது. ஆனால் இவைகள் எல்லாம் வார்த்தைகளாக இருக்கின்றன. இவைகளை எதை சார்ந்து நாம் பிடிக்க முடியும் என்று கேட்டால் முதலிலே அறிவு குறித்த ஒரு செய்தியை தெளிவாக திட்டவட்டமாக சொல்ல வேண்டும். அப்படி இல்லை என்றால் அறிவு, அதே சமயத்தில் வடமொழியில் இருக்கிற ஞானம், இப்படியான வார்த்தைகள் அதற்கு பயன்பட்டு கொஞ்சம் விகற்பம் வரும். தமிழிலே ஒரு மரபு உண்டு. அறிவு என்று சொன்னால் அதை கடந்து பேரறிவு என்ற ஒன்றை சொல்லுகிறோம் என்பதை சேக்கிழார் பெரிய புராணத்திலே சுந்தரரை வைத்துக் கொண்டு சொல்லுகிறார். இதை பேரறிவு என்று சொன்னால் எங்கே இருந்து ஒழுகிறது என்பது போலவோ அல்லது தலையிலே வந்து அது நிறைகிறது என்பது போலவோ இல்லை. ஆனால் அதை எப்படி புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும்? மனிதனுக்கு இந்த உடம்பிலே ஒரு பொருளை சுவைக்கவும், ஒரு பொருளை நுகரவும், ஒரு பொருளை தொட்டு பார்க்கவும், ஒரு பொருளை பார்க்கவும், ஒரு பொருளினுடைய அந்த அந்த சத்தத்தை அறிவதற்குமான ஒரு உணர்வுகள் உயிர் என்பதிலே இருந்து கருவிகள் மூலமாக இணைந்து இது நாற்றம் அடிக்கிறது, இது இப்படிப்பட்ட சொல்லால் வழங்கப்படுகிறது, இது இப்படிப்பட்ட உருவமுடையது என்பதாக சொல்லுகிறோம். அப்படியானால் இப்படி சேகரிக்கப்படுகிற இவைகள் எந்த அளவிற்கு தடிமன் ஆகின்றன என்று கேட்டால் அப்போது ஒரு பொருள் தன்மை தேவைப்படுகிறது. நாக்கிலே சாப்பிடப்படுகிற ஒரு இனிப்பு பொருள் என்னுடைய குடலுக்குள் சென்று விடுகிறது, அது ஆற்றலாக மாறுகிறது. ஆனால் இனிப்பினுடைய அந்த சுவை எனக்கு எங்கே படுகிறது? இதுதான் உயிர் சார்ந்த ஒரு செய்தி. அப்ப இந்த உயிர் சார்ந்து இது அறிவு அல்லது செய்தியாக இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அந்த அறிவு என்ற செய்தியை நான் எந்த பொருள் சார்ந்து ஏற்றுக்கொள்வது என்பது அடுத்த வினா. அப்படி அந்த வினாவுக்கு பொருள் அல்லது விடை இல்லை என்று சொன்னால் நாம் சொல்லுவது ஒரு சொல்லாடலாக மட்டும்தான் இருக்கும். அப்படியானால் இதை புரிந்து கொள்வது எப்படி என்பது கேட்கும்போதுதான் ஆறு சுவை என்ற ஒன்று இருக்கிறது. ஆறு சுவை, இனிப்பு, புளிப்பு, காரம், துவர்ப்பு, இந்த ஆறு சுவைகளை நீங்கள் எப்படி சுவை என்று சொல்லுகிறீர்கள் என்று சொன்னால் சுவை என்பது ஒன்று ஆறா என்று கேட்டால் ஒன்றாக இருக்கிற சுவை ஆறாக அதற்குள் அடங்கி இருக்கிறது. நான் இனிப்பு பொருளை சாப்பிடும் பொழுது அது இனிப்பாக தெரிகிறது, காரத்தை சாப்பிடும் பொழுது காரமாக தெரிகிறது. அப்படியானால் சுவை என்பது வேறு, இனிப்பு என்பது வேறு. சுவை என்ற மூலத்துக்குள் இனிப்பு என்பதும் காரம் என்பதுமான சுவைகள் அடங்குகின்றன. அப்படியாக ஒரு பொருளை நாம் அறிவு சார்ந்து தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். அப்ப அறிவு சார்ந்த ஒரு செய்திகள் எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு உயிர் என்ற ஒரு பொருள் சார்ந்து இருக்கின்றன. அப்படி நீங்கள் உயிரை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அப்படி ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளவில்லை என்றால் அந்த 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 ஒரு பொருண்மை இல்லாமலேயே அறிவு என்பது பேசப்படுகிறது என்று ஒரு பொருள். அடுத்ததாக, இந்த உயிர் என்பதை ஏன் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டால், இந்த உடம்பிலே எந்த பொருளுக்கும் அறிவு கிடையாது. எப்படி என்று சொன்னால், என்னுடைய கையில் படுகிற ஒரு காயம் என்னுடைய கையில் படுகிறது. அந்த கையில் வருகிற அந்த காயத்திற்கு எனக்கு உயிர் போய் உயிர் வருகிறது, வலிக்கிறது, நான் துடிக்கிறேன், அலறுகிறேன். அதே சமயத்தில் என்னுடைய கையை வெட்டி விட்டால் எனக்கும் அதற்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்லை, என்னுடைய உயிர் இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் உயிர் என்னுடைய உடம்பிலிருந்து என் கை போய்விட்டது, அவ்வளவுதான். அதற்கு பெயர் உணர்ச்சி. அடுத்த இந்த சம்பந்தத்துக்கு அல்லது இந்த தொடர்புக்கு பெயர் உணர்ச்சி. இதன் மூலமாக வருகிற செய்தி, படிப்பினை, அதுதான் அறிவு. இப்போ இந்த கை போய்விட்டாலும் உயிர் வருகிறது, ஆனால் கையை வெட்டும் போது உயிர் போய் உயிர் வருகிறது. ஆனால் உடம்பில இருக்கிற மூளை பகுதிக்கு உணர்ச்சி கிடையாது. அது ஒரு தொட்டால் அது வலிக்காது. அதற்கான மருத்துவ சிகிச்சை என்பது மயக்க மருந்து இல்லாமலே செய்யப்படுவது. அப்படியானால் உடம்பிலே மூளை தவிர்த்த மற்ற பொருள்களுக்கு எல்லாம் அறிவு உண்டு, உணர்ச்சி வருகிறது. மற்ற பொருள்களை பயன்படுத்துவதனால் எனக்கு அறிவு வருகிறது, அதற்கெல்லாம் உணர்ச்சி உண்டு. அவைகளை இழந்து விட்டால் என் உயிர் இருக்கிறது. உணர்ச்சியே இல்லாத என்னுடைய மூளை எப்படி உயிருடையதாக இருக்கும் என்று கேட்டால் கண்டிப்பாக மூளைக்கு உயிர் இல்லை. அடுத்ததாக, இந்த பீனியல் கிளாண்ட் என்பதாகவோ அல்லது சுரப்பிகளை வைத்துக் கொண்டு நாம் பேசுகிற ஒன்று என்பது, சுரப்பி என்பது அதுவும் ஒரு பொருள் சார்ந்த ஒன்று. இந்த உடம்பு, மூளை இது சார்ந்த ஒன்று. அது உங்களுக்கு மிக நுட்பமாக இயங்குவதற்கான ஒரு பொருள். அந்த பொருளே அறிவுடைய பொருளோ அல்லது அதுவோ அறிவே என்பது இல்லை. ஏனென்றால் மூளைக்கும் அறிவு இல்லை, உடம்புக்கு உணர்ச்சி உண்டு, அதற்கும் அறிவு இல்லை. அது இழந்து விட்டால் நான் அறிவுடையவனாக இருக்கிறேன். அதனால் அறிவு என்பது இந்த உடம்பிலே இருக்கிற கருவிகளை கடந்து எனக்கு என்று ஒன்று இருக்கிறது என்பது அதனுடைய பொருள். அது நானாக இருக்கிறேன், இதுதான் உங்களுடைய எல்லை. அப்ப இந்த அறிவுத்தன்மை நமக்கு எப்படி கடக்கிறது, நாம் எப்படி அறிவை பெறுகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நமக்கான அடுத்த கட்ட அறிவு பற்றிய செய்தி. அப்ப இந்த அறிவு என்பது செய்தி என்பதையும் அது உடல் சார்ந்த கருவிகளால் பெறப்படுகிறது என்பதையும் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டால் எனக்கு எப்படி அறிவு விருத்தி அடைகிறது என்பது அடுத்த கேள்வி. அந்த கேள்விக்குத்தான் விடை என்பது நம்ம உடம்பிலேயே இருக்கிறது. என்ன என்று கேட்டால், என்னுடைய நாக்கு ஒன்றை சுவைக்கிறது, அதனால் என்னுடைய உடம்புக்கு நிறைய பொருள்கள் என்னுடைய குடலுக்கு செல்லுகின்றன. அப்போது எனக்கு உபாதை வருகிறது. எனக்கு உடலுக்கு நாக்கு அதிகமாக வேலை செய்தால் குடலுக்கு செல்லுகிற பொருள் என்னுடைய உடம்புக்கு உபாதையை ஏற்படுத்துகிறது அல்லது வேறு வேறு சிக்கல்களை எனக்கு தருகிறது. அப்படியானால் உடல் என்பதன் மூலமாக எனக்கு செல்லுகிற அந்த பொருள், அந்த நாக்கு மூலமாக சென்ற அந்த பொருள் எனக்கு மலவாய் நீர் வேற்றுகிற, அதாவது மலவாய், கருவாய் இவைகளை பாதிக்கிறது. எனக்கு சரியாக மலம் வரவில்லை என்றாலோ சிறுநீர் வரவில்லை என்றாலோ நான் இதை சாப்பிட வேண்டும், இப்படி சாப்பிட வேண்டும் என்று என்னுடைய நாக்குக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுப்பது என்னுடைய மலவாய். அப்படியானால் மலவாயினுடைய சிக்கலை வைத்துக் கொண்டு, ஆனால் அதே சமயத்தில் மலவாய்க்கு அறிவு கிடையாது, ஆனால் அந்த மலவாய் செயல்படுகிற தன்மையை வைத்து என்னுடைய நாக்கு இதைத்தான் சாப்பிட வேண்டும் என்று நான் கற்றுக்கொள்கிறேன். அப்படியானால் என்னுடைய அறிவு பேரறிவாக மாறுகிறது. இந்த பேரறிவினுடைய உச்சக்கட்டம் எது என்று கேட்டால் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய அடையாளம் இருக்கிறது. கைக்கு எது, அதாவது மலவாய்க்கு மலம் வெளியே தள்ளும், கருவாய்க்கு கருவை உற்பத்தி செய்யும். ஆனால் இந்த வாக்கு, பாதம், பாணி, பாயுரு, உபத்தம் இதுதான் செயல் கருவிகள். வாய், கை, கால், மலவாய், கருவாய், இந்த 5 செயல் கருவிகள், இதுதான் கர்மேந்திரியம் சொல்லுவாங்க. இந்த 5 செயல் கருவிகளும் எனக்கு என்னுடைய கற்றலை தெரிவிக்கின்றன. அப்ப கற்றலை தெரிவிக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் என்னுடைய நாக்குக்கு இதைத்தான் சாப்பிட வேண்டும் என்று என்னுடைய மலவாய் கற்றுத் தருகிறது. அதை குடல் அது நடுவிலே ஒரு கருவியாக இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் மலவாய்க்கு அறிவு இல்லை என்று உங்களுக்கு எல்லோருக்கும் தெரியும். நாக்குக்கு அறிவு இருப்பதாக நினைக்கிறீர்கள். கண்டிப்பாக இதில் அறிவை நாக்காவது அறிவை கேட்கிற மாணவன். ஆனால் மலவாய் என்பது அது ஆசிரியன். அது மலவாய் ஆசிரியனாக இருந்து நாக்கு என்கிற மாணவனுக்கு அறிவை போதிக்கிறது, நீ இதையெல்லாம் சாப்பிடக்கூடாது என்று. இப்பொழுது பேரறிவு என்பது என்னுடைய செயல் கருவிகள் தான். இப்ப இது என்னுடைய மெக்கானிசம், என்னுடைய இயந்திரத்தன்மை, என்னுடைய உடம்பிலே இருக்கிற இந்த இயந்திரத்தன்மை தான் முதலில் என்னை அறிவாளியாக ஆக்குகிறது. அதிலே கை என்பது உங்களுக்கு இறுதியாக, அதாவது கால் என்பதும் கை என்பதும் மிகப்பெரிய ஆளுமைகள். எப்படி என்றால், உங்களுடைய மனநிலை ஒழுங்காக இருந்தால்தான் கால் ஒழுங்காக நடக்கும். அதற்கு பெயர் ஒழுக்கம். அடுத்தது, கை ஒழுங்காக இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் கொடுப்பதிலே நீங்கள் வலிமை பெற்றிருக்க வேண்டும். கொடுப்பதில் வலிமை பெற்றிருக்கிறவனாக இருந்தால் நீங்கள் கை உடையவன் என்று பெயர். நடக்கிற ஒழுக்கத்திலே வலிமை பெற்றவனாக இருந்தால் கால் உடையவன் என்று பெயர். அப்படியானால் என்னுடைய கற்றலை செய்கிற என்னுடைய செயல் கருவிகள் தான் எனக்கு அறிவை போதிக்கின்றன. இது வரைக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்றாட வாழ்க்கை, என்னுடைய நிரந்தரமான வாழ்க்கை. இப்ப அடுத்த கட்டமாக இதையெல்லாம் நான் எப்படி அமைத்துக் கொள்கிறேன், இதையெல்லாம் நான் எப்படி சரி செய்து கொள்கிறேன் என்பதுதான் அதுல இருக்கிற மிக சிக்கலான செய்தி. அந்த சிக்கலான செய்தி வரும்பொழுதுதான் இந்த உடம்புக்கு எத்தனை கருவிகள் தரப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன, அவை எந்தெந்த கருவிகள் எந்தெந்த சமயத்தில் பயன்படுகின்றன என்று அதை நாம் விளக்க வேண்டும். அப்படி விளக்குகிற வகையில் தான் இந்த உடம்புக்கு, இந்த உயிர் என்பது வேலை செய்வதற்கு குறைந்த அளவு ஒரு 7 கருவிகள் தேவைப்படுகிறது. எல்லா காலத்திலேயும் இந்த 7 கருவிகள் இந்த உடம்போடு உயிர் சார்ந்து இருக்கும். அந்த 7 கருவிகள் எது என்று சொன்னால், கலை, வித்தை, அராகம், அதற்கு பிறகு மனம், புத்தி, சித்தம், அகங்காரம். இந்த 7 கருவிகளும் இல்லாமல் நீங்கள் எதையுமே அறிவு என்பதாக ஒன்றை பெறவே முடியாது. இதற்கு பிறகு அதை உடம்பு சார்ந்து பெறுவதற்கு உறவுவனதான் மெய், வாய், கண், மூக்கு, செவி. அதை கற்றுக்கொள்ளுகிற வகையில் உதவி செய்வனதான் வாய், கை, கால், மலவாய், கருவாய், வாக்கு, பாதம், பாணி, பாயுரு, உபத்தம் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற கர்மேந்திரியங்கள். இந்த கூட்டமைப்பில் அறிவை பெறுகிற என்னை நான் கற்றுக்கொண்டு என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையை நான் சரி செய்கிற இந்த நடைமுறையில் நான் எதை கற்றுக்கொள்கிறேன், எதை செய்கிறேன் என்பதுதான் என்னுடைய அறிவு. இதுதான் கற்றல் என்பதாக அவர்கள் சொல்லுகிறார்கள். இதுதான் என்னுடைய பிறப்பு, இதுதான் என்னுடைய உடல் வாழ்க்கை, இதுதான் என்னுடைய செய்முறை. இந்த செய்முறைக்கு பிறகு இவைகளில் இருக்கிற வேறுபாட்டுகளுக்கும் குறைகளுக்கும் எது காரணம் என்ற வினா வரும்பொழுது என்னுடைய அறியாமை என்பது என்னுடைய இந்த ஏற்றத்தாழ்வுக்கும் என்னுடைய அரைகுறை அறிவுக்கும் என்னுடைய துன்பத்திற்கும் காரணமாக இருக்கிறது என்று ஒரு விடை தரப்படுகிறது. இந்த அறியாமையை நீக்குவதற்கு உனக்கு நீ செய்து அவற்றை தீர்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் அதற்கான கட்டளை. அப்படி வருகிற அதற்கு பெயர் தான் வினை என்று பெயர். அதைத்தான் பிராரத்தம் என்பதாக நாம் சொல்லி சஞ்சிதம், ஆகாமியம் என்பதாக பெயர் வைக்கிறோம். அப்ப என்னுடைய அறியாமை நீங்குவதுதான் என்னுடைய அறிவை தவிர எனக்கு புதியதாக அறிவு வருகிறது என்று ஆத்மாவை சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன் என்று கேட்டால், இன்றைக்கு வருகிற என்னுடைய அறிவு நாளைக்கு மாறும். அப்படியானால் நாளைக்கு வருகிற அறிவு நாளை மறுநாள் மாறும். அப்பொழுது அறிவு என்றால் என்ன என்று கேட்டால், அறிவுக்கான பொருள் என்ற ஒன்று மாறிக்கொண்டே இருந்தால் ஆன்மா என்ற ஒன்று இல்லை என்பதாக ஆகிவிடும். ஆனால் ஆன்மா என்ற ஒன்று இருக்கிறது, அது அறிவாளியாக இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் அந்த அறிவு அறியாமையால் மறைக்கப்பட்டிருப்பதனால் அறியாமை இழக்கப்படுகிறது. அப்போ அறிவு பொருளான உயிருக்கு மேலே அதை சூழ்ந்திருக்கிற அறியாமை என்பதை விளக்குவதுதான் இந்த பிறப்பினுடைய நோக்கம். இந்த பிறப்பை நீக்குவதற்கு அறிவு தருவதற்கான பயிற்சி முறைகளை கடவுள் எப்படி எடுத்திருக்கிறார் என்று சொன்னால், ஓரறிவு உயிர் முதல் 5 அறிவு உயிர் வரை படைத்து அவைகளுக்கு புண்ணிய பாவ மதிப்பீடு இல்லாமல் அவைகளை பிறக்க செய்கிறார். அப்படி பிறக்க செய்த பிறகு அவைகளுக்கு அறிவு பயிற்சி 5 கருவிகளையும் பயன்படுத்துவதற்கான அறிவு பயிற்சியை அவர் திட்டவட்டமாக 100% மதிப்பெண் கொடுத்த பிறகு மனித பிறவி தருகிறார். அப்பொழுது கற்றுக் கொடுத்தவைகளை எல்லாம் செயல்படுத்த ஆரம்பிக்கிற அந்த உயிர் அதை செய்கிற வகையில் ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு மதிப்பீடுகளை பெறுகிறது. அது வினை. இப்பொழுது இந்த வினையிலே இருந்து வெளியே வருவதற்கான திட்டத்தில் செயலும் செயல் மூலமான தெளிவும் தான் இவனுடைய அறிவை விரிவுபடுத்துகின்றன. அப்படி விரிவுபடுத்துகிற வகையில் தான் உங்களுக்கு மிக விரிவான ஒரு செயல் திட்டம் இந்த பிறப்பில் அமைகிறது. அதை உணர்வதற்கு ஒரு சிறிய அமைப்பை கடவுள் இந்த பிறப்பில் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார். எப்படி என்று சொன்னால், தூக்கம் என்பதுதான், விழிப்பிருப்பது என்பதுதான் கடவுளை உணரச் செய்வது. தூக்கம் என்பது இறப்புக்கு சமமானது. அப்படியானால் இறக்காமல் நீ வாழ்கிறாய் என்று சொன்னால் அது உன் கையில் இல்லை, வேறு ஒன்றினுடைய கையில் இருக்கிறது என்பதை உணர்த்துவது. அப்படி அந்த தன்மையைத்தான் நாம் சாக்கிரம், சொப்பனம், சுழுத்தி, துரியம், துரியாதீதம் என்று சொல்கிறோம். சாக்கிரம் என்கிற இந்த நிலையில் என்னுடைய எல்லா கருவிகளும் உடம்பில் வேலை செய்கின்றன. அதற்கு பிறகு கனவு நிலையில் எனக்கு ஒரு 25 கருவிகள் வேலை செய்கின்றன, ஞானேந்திரியம் கர்மேந்திரியம் தவிர்த்து. அதற்கு பிறகு உறக்கத்தில் பிராணன், சித்தன், புருடம், ஆன்மா, பிராணவாயு, சிந்தனை இது மட்டும் வேலை செய்கிறது. துரியத்தில் பேருறக்கம், அங்கே பிராணவாயும் ஆன்மாவும் மட்டும் இருக்கின்றன. அதற்கு பிறகு துரியாதீதம், அங்கே புருடன் மட்டும் கடவுளோடு இருக்கிறார். அப்படியானால் தூங்குபவனை எழுப்புவது என்றால் என்ன, தூங்குவது என்றால் என்ன என்று கேட்டால், தூங்குவது என்பது கருவிகளிலிருந்து விடுபட்ட நிலை, எழுந்திருப்பது என்பது கருவிகளோடு சேருவது. தூங்குகிற நிலையில் கருவிகளிடமிருந்து விடுபட்ட ஒருவனை அவனுடைய காது வேலை செய்யாத போது அவனை அழைத்தால் அவன் எப்படி எழுந்திருப்பான் என்று கேட்டால், அந்த ஆன்மாவுக்குள் அந்த ஆன்மாவின் பெயராக இருக்கிற கடவுள் உயிரை எழுப்பி காதை எழுப்பி இணைத்து இவனை எழுப்புகிறான். அப்படியானால் என்னுடைய அறிவும் என்னுடைய இயக்கமும் கடவுளோடு சேர்ந்துதான் இருக்கிறது. இந்த வகையில் சைவ சித்தாந்தம் உயிருக்கு ஒரு பெயரை கொடுக்கிறது, உள்ளம் என்று ஒரு பெயரை கொடுக்கிறது. உள்ளம் என்று சொன்னால் கடவுளை விட்டு பிரியாமல் இருக்கிற, அதாவது உள்ளேன் என்பதாக ஒருமையாக இல்லாமல் ஆன்மாவும் கடவுளும் என்ற பன்மையாக உள்ளம் என்ற சொல் உயிருக்கு தரப்படுகிறது. உயிர் வேறு கடவுள் வேறு. ஆனால் கடவுள் என்பவர் உயிரை போல உயிரோடு இணைந்திருக்கிற தன்மையில் தான் உயிருக்கானது அறிவு கிடைக்கிறது என்ற ஒரு அடிப்படையை சைவ சித்தாந்தம் பேசுகிறது. அதற்கு பிறகு நீங்கள் நிறைய வரலாறுகளை பார்த்தால், இந்த சேரநாடு சேர்ந்து களறித்து அறிவால் வரலாற்றை பார்த்தால் ஒவ்வொரு உயிரும் பேசுவதை இறைவனை வைத்துக் கொண்டு அவர் கேட்கிறார். இதுதான் தொடக்க காலத்தில் நமக்கு சைவம் சார்ந்து கிடைக்கிற கடவுளோடு சேர்ந்து மனித தொடர்பை பேசுகிற ஒரு நிலை. அதற்கு பிறகு கடவுளை பற்றி பேசும் பொழுதெல்லாம் அறிவுக்கு அறிவே இறை சற்சொரூபம் என்று சொல்லுகிறார் பாம்பன் குமரகுருதாச சுவாமிகள். அதற்கு பிறகு அதை அறிவினுக்கு அறிவான பொருளே, உயிருக்கு உயிரான பொருளே என்றெல்லாம் பேசுகிறார்கள். இதனுடைய பொருள் என்ன என்று கேட்டால், அறிவு என்ற ஒரு உயிர் ஆற்றலுக்கு கடவுள் என்ற ஆற்றல் உங்களுக்கு துணை நிற்கிறது. கடவுளும் உயிரும் வேறு, ஆனால் கடவுள் உயிரினுடைய அறிவாற்றலுக்கு மிக தெளிவாக துணை நிற்கிறது என்பதுதான் அதனுடைய அடிப்படை. அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் உங்களுக்கு சைவ சித்தாந்தம் ஒரு செய்தியை பேசுகிறது. நீங்கள் இந்த உலகத்தில் அறிவாளிகளாக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்று சொன்னால் உங்களுக்கு மிக தெளிவாக ஒரு அறிவு வர வேண்டும். என்ன அறிவு என்று கேட்டால், தம்மை உணர்தல். தம்மை உணர்ந்து தம்மை உடைய தன் உணர்தல். நீங்கள் எந்த காலத்திலேயும் கூட்டு பொருள்களாக தம் என்பதாக இருக்கிறீர்கள். நீங்கள் உங்களை எல்லாம் உடைமையாக இருக்கிற கடவுளை உணர்ந்தால்தான் உங்களுக்கு அழுக்காறு, பொறாமை, அடுத்தவர்கள் மீதான வேறுபாடு இதையெல்லாம் நீங்கும். அந்த வகையில் தம்மை உணர்ந்து தம்மை உடைய தன் உணர்வார், எம்மை உடைமை எம்மை இகழார் என்று உணர்தலை பற்றி சைவ சித்தாந்தம் பேசுகிறது. இந்த வகையில் உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் இந்த கடவுளோடு இணைதலும் மற்றவர்களோடு இணைதலும் குறித்த ஒரே ஒரு செய்தியை சொல்லி நான் முடித்து விடுகிறேன். மற்றவர்களோடு இணைதலில் உங்களுடைய அறிவு விரிவடைகிறது என்று சொன்னால், எனக்கு வருகிற சமிக்ஞை, எனக்கு வருகிற செய்தி நடக்குமா, மற்றவர்களை நான் நினைக்கிற செய்தி சரியாக ஒத்து போகுமா, மற்றவர்களால் எனக்கு வருகிற செய்தி சரியானதா, இதுதான் முதல்ல அடுத்தவர்களோடான உறவு. அந்த உறவு நீங்கள் அவரை போல நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்து அல்லது அவரோடு பழகி எடுக்கிற முடிவு. இது முதல் வகை. இரண்டாவது வகை, நீங்கள் நல்லவராக இருக்கிற காலத்தில் உங்களுக்கு தரப்படுகிற சமிக்ஞை அதை உணர வைக்கும். இது இரண்டாவது வகை. அதற்கு பிறகு உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு நீங்கள் பொறுமையாக இருந்து அதை பெற்றுக்கொள்வது. அதற்குத்தான் குருஞான சம்பந்தர் பரபரக்க வேண்டா என்று ஒரு அணுகுமுறையை சொல்லுகிறார். இதற்கு இதுவரையில் தனி மனிதனுடைய முயற்சி அந்த அறிவை விருத்தி செய்து கொள்வதில் இருக்கும். ஆனால் நல்லவனாக இருந்து உங்களுடைய உணர்வை கடவுள் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு அவருடைய அறிவும் உங்களுடைய அறிவும் இணைந்தால் ஒழிய இந்த அண்டப்பிண்ட இணைப்பு என்பது நடக்காது. அதை பற்றி தகராலய ரகசியம் என்ற ஒரு நூலில் பாம்பன் சுவாமிகள் சொல்லுகிறார். அதற்காக அவர் சொல்லுவது, ஒரு சில அணுகுமுறைகள் உங்களுக்கு வர வேண்டும். அதிலே முதலாவது தள்ளற்பாலது ஜாதி விகற்பம், ஜாதி விகற்பம் இல்லாத மனநிலைக்கு வருவது. அதற்கு பிறகு அவர் சொல்லுவது பஞ்சமா பாதம் இல்லாமை. இதையெல்லாம் இல்லாமல் நீங்கள் நல்லவர்களாக இருப்பதற்கான செயல்முறையைத்தான் ராமலிங்க அடிகளார் அடுத்தவர்களுக்கு நீங்கள் உதவுங்கள் என்று சொன்னார். ஜீவகருணையை பற்றி பேசினார். அப்படியானால் செய்முறையில் என்னுடைய மனம் திருப்தி அடைந்து எனக்கு உள்ளே இருக்கிற கடவுள், கடவுளுக்குள்ளே இருக்கிற நான் என்று கடவுள் என்னை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு விரிவடைகிற காலத்தில் தான் சுயம் பிரகாசம் அல்லது மிகப்பெரிய அனக வாழ்வு, மிகப்பெரிய கடவுள் அனுபவம் என்கிற மிகப்பெரிய பேரறிவில் நாம் இணைகிறோம். அது கருணையாக நமக்கு அனுபவப்படுகிறது என்பது வரை சித்தாந்தத்தினுடைய தத்துவ வளர்ச்சி அறிவுத்தன்மையில் வளர்ந்திருக்கிறது என்பதை சொல்லி நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. மிகவும் சிறப்பாக வேதாந்தம் சித்தாந்தம் மிக்க அருமை. நம்ம அடுத்தபடியாக நெக்ஸ்ட் we invite Professor Dr. Paldurai ஐயா. You can enlighten us with the enlightenment and consciousness. முழுமை பேரும் உணர்வு நிலையும். வாங்க ஐயா. வெல்கம் டாக்டர் பால்துரை.
வாழ்க வையகம். வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். குரு வாழ்க, குருவே துணை. குருவின் திரு அடி போற்றி. முழுமையான ஆத்மாக்களே, முழுமை பேறு என்லைட்டன்மெண்ட் என்ற ஒரு உணர்வு பொருளை என்னைய வார்த்தையால் வடிக்க வேண்டும் என்று கூறினார். முழுமை பேறு என்ற உணர்வு அது ஆன்ம உணர்வு, வார்த்தையால் வடிக்க முடியாது. இருந்தாலும் நம் வாழ்வின் நோக்கமே முழுமையை அடைவது என்பது எல்லோரும் அறிந்ததே. எல்லாம் வல்ல தெய்வம் அது எங்கும் உள்ளது நீக்கமற. அந்த தெய்வமே, அந்த முழுமையே, முழுமுதற் பொருளே, அந்த வெளியே எங்கும் நிரம்பி இருக்கிறது. முழுமை எங்கும் வியாபித்திருக்கிறது என்பதில் உறுதி கொள்வோம். உபநிடத மந்திரம் கூறுகின்றது, ஓம் பூர்ணமத பூர்ணமிதம் பூர்ணாத் பூர்ணம் உதிச்சதே பூர்ணஸ்ய பூர்ணமாதாய பூர்ணமேவ பவிஷ்யதே. இறைவன் முழுமை, இந்த உலகம் முழுமை. முழுமையான இறைவனிலிருந்து முழுமையான உலக தோன்றி இருக்கின்றது. அந்த முழுமையிலிருந்து அந்த முழுமையான உலகை எடுத்து விட்டாலும் முழுமையே நெஞ்சி இருக்கின்றது. அன்பா, இங்கு இருப்பது அனைத்தும் முழுமையே. நாம் அனைவரும் முழுமையாகவே இருக்கின்றோம். அதை அறிய, அதை உணர ஒரு குரு தேவைப்படுகின்றது. முழுமை பேறு, ஞானமடைதல், முக்தி நிலை, இறைநிலை உணர்தல், தன்னை அறிதல், தான் தானாய் இருத்தல், நான் நானாய் இருப்பது என்ற ஒரு நிலை. இந்த முழுமை உணர்வு என்பது கொடுக்கப்படுவதல்ல, அது பூரணமாக ஒவ்வொரு மனிதனிடம் இருக்கிறது. அது இறை குருவால் உணர்த்தப்படுகின்றது. அவன் நீ ஒன்றாய் அறிந்த இடம் அறிவு முழுமை, அது முக்தி என்பார் மகரிஷி. அது அறிவின் இருப்பிடம். அதை அறிந்து இன்பமுற அன்பு நிலையதை, இன்ப நிலையதை, ஏக நிலையதை அறிந்திடலாம் என்று இன்று மகரிஷி அழைக்கின்றார். அந்த முழுமை பேறு என்பது ஒரு நிலை. அது நிலையும் அன்று, ஒரு பரிமாணம் என்று கூறலாம். உபநிடதங்கள் கூறுகின்றன, அது அகமுக நிலை அல்ல, புறமுக நிலையும் அல்ல, இரண்டும் சேர்ந்த நிலையும் அல்ல, உணர்வு திரண்ட நிலையல்ல, உணர்வு நிலையும் அல்ல, உணர்வு அற்ற நிலையும் அல்ல. அதை காண முடியாது, புத்தியால் புரிய முடியாது, சித்தத்தால் சிந்த முடியாது. அது ஆன்ம உணர்வால் மட்டுமே உணர முடியும். அது பிரபஞ்ச உணர்வும் இல்லை. அன்பா, அது அமைதியானது, ஆனந்தமானது, மங்களமானது, இரண்டற்றது. அது ஆன்மா, பேரறிவு நிலை. அறிவு அறிவை அறிவாய், அறிவு அறிவை அறிவால் அறிவாய் அறிவது இந்த நிலை. அறிவு, அறிவை, அறிவால், அறிவாய், அறியும் ஒரு நிலை, ஒரு நிகழ்வு என்று அடிக்கடி கூறுவார் டி.கே.எஸ். ஐயா. இது ஒரு மனம் கடந்த நிலை. உன்னிலே நான் அடங்க, என்னுளே நீ விளங்க, உனது தன்மை ஒளிரும் ஒரு நிலை இறைவா. இறைத்தன்மையே ஒளிர்கின்றது. அங்கு நானும் இல்லை, அங்கு நானும் இல்லை, நான் அவன் ஒன்றான ஒரு நிலை இந்த முழுமை என்பது. உலகியல் வாழ்வில் நான் என்ற உணர்ச்சிக்கு, அந்த எழுச்சிக்கு மூலம் எது என நாடினேன். உணர்ச்சிக்கு மூலம் மனமாக்கியது. மனதிற்கு மூலம் எது என நாடினேன், அது உயிராக்கியது. உயிரின் மூலம் எது என நாடினேன், அது நற்சிவம் ஆகியது. அதுவே முழுமை. முழுமை நிகழ்வு என்பது ஒரு க்ஷண நேரமே. ஒரு செடியில் மொட்டு மலராக மலரும் அந்த க்ஷணம், ஒரு க்ஷணம் மட்டுமே அந்த நிகழ்வு. குதிரையின் சேணத்தின் ஒரு பக்கம் கால் வைத்து மறுபக்கம் அடுத்த கால் வைக்கும் நேரத்திற்குள் நீ ஞானம் பெற முடியும். அன்பா, நீ தகுதியானால் மட்டுமே, தகுதியான சீடனால் மட்டுமே அதை அடைய முடியும். குருவின் அருள். அது எப்போது, அது எப்படி? ஆழ்ந்த தியானம் மூலமாக, ஆழ்ந்த தியானம் மூலமாக, அறநெறி வாழ்க்கையோடு. அறநெறி வாழ்க்கை என்பதுதான் அந்த ஒழுக்கம், கடமை, நிகம் என்பது. அது இன்ட்ராஸ்பெக்ஷன், தற்சோதனை மூலமே வருகின்றது. ஆழ்ந்த தியானம் மூலமாக அறநெறி வாழ்க்கையோடு மனம் பரபரப்பு அற்று, மனம் ஓர்மை பெற்று, அற்றற்று, ஆசைகள் அற்று, இன்பம் துன்பம், உயர்வு தாழ்வு, கற்றவன் கல்லாதவன் என இருமைகள் அற்று, தன் முனைப்பு அற்று, அந்த இடம் ஒரு குருவிடம் சரணாகதியாகிறாய் அன்பா. அது அப்போது நடக்கும் ஒரு நிகழ்வு. அது இறை குருவால் மட்டுமே உணர்த்தப்படக்கூடிய ஒரு நிகழ்வு. முழுமை பேர் என்பது ஜீவாத்மா பரமாத்மாவோடு இணைதல் என்று கூறுவார்கள். அறிவு பேரறிவோடு இணைகின்றது என்று கூறுவார்கள். அங்கு சக்தி இல்லை, சத்தியம் மட்டுமே இருக்கின்றது. அங்கு அறமும் இல்லை, அன்பு மட்டுமே இருக்கின்றது. அங்கு ஆற்றல் இல்லை, ஆனந்தம் மட்டுமே இருக்கின்றது. அன்பா, இதை வார்த்தையில் வடிக்க முடியாது. ஏனென்றால் அங்கு வார்த்தையும் இல்லை, மௌனம் மட்டுமே. மௌனம் கடந்து, அந்த டாபிக் முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் தன்னை அறிதல் என்ற அந்த பொருள் கடந்து வந்துள்ளோம். என்னவென்று சொல்லுவேன் இலக்கணம் இல்லாததை, என்னவென்று சொல்லுவேன் இலக்கணம் இல்லாததை, எப்படி வடிக்க எல்லை இல்லாததை, எழுத்தால் முடியாது, எண்ணத்தால் முடியாது. எண்ணம், மனம், புத்தி, சித்தம், அகங்காரம் கடந்த ஒரு நிலை. இந்த நிலையை அடைந்தவர்கள்தான் சித்தர்கள், மகான்கள், குருமார்கள், மகரிஷிகள். நம் மகரிஷி டி.கே.எஸ். ஐயா போன்ற பல மகான்கள். தெரியாமல் எத்தனையோ ஞானிகள் இந்த உலகத்தில் உள்ளார்கள். இந்த ஆழ்ந்த அமைதி, அந்த ஞான நிலையை அடைந்த அந்த சித்தர்கள் சில வேளை அந்த சமாதியில நிலை இருப்பார்கள், மற்ற நேரம் உலகிகளுக்கு வந்து விடுவார்கள். சில ஞானிகள் குருமார்கள் சதா அந்த இறைநிலை உணர்விலேயே இருப்பார்கள். அது நிர்வேக சமாதி என்பார்கள். அப்பொழுது வந்து சமாதி செல்வது அது சவிகல்ப சமாதி. நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி என்பது சதா இறை உணர்வில் இருப்பார்கள். ஆனால் கண்கள் திறந்திருக்கும், கண்கள் திறந்திருக்கும், சதா இறை உணர்விலேயே இருப்பார்கள். இதுதான் ரமணர், சிவானந்தர், நமது மகரிஷி, TKSஐயா, பல ஞானிகள். எனக்கு தெரிந்தவர்களை கூறுகின்றேன், தெரியாமல் எத்தனையோ ஞானிகள் உண்டார்கள். அன்பா, வாழும் மனிதர்கள் அனைவரும் ஒருமைப்பட்டவர்கள். இதற்கு அவர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, வாழும் மாந்தர்கள் அனைவரும் ஒருமைப்பட்டவர்கள். அது வேறு எங்கும் இல்லை, அது வேறு எங்கும் இல்லை. சாட்சாத் அவனே நம்முள் நிலை கொள்ளும் ஒரு நிலை. ஒவ்வொரு ஜீவனுள்ளும் நம்முள்ளும் சாட்சாத் அவனே வீட்டிருக்கும் அந்த நிலையை உணரும் நிலை முழுமை பெறு. அது எப்பொழுது சாத்தியம்? அது எப்பொழுது சாத்தியம்? கூறுங்கள். ஆழ்ந்த, மீண்டும் கூறுகின்றேன், ஆழ்ந்த தவம் இன்றி நீ உன்னை அறிய முடியாது. அந்த மன அலைச்சூழல் குறைய வேண்டும், அகம் செல்ல வேண்டும், கடவுள் ஆக வேண்டும். கடவுள் நீ அகம் சென்று அங்கு நீ ஒடுங்க வேண்டும், நீ அங்கு அடங்க வேண்டும், நீ அங்கு விளங்க வேண்டும். அப்பொழுது அந்த அமைதி வருகின்றது. அந்த அமைதியும் தாண்டி பேரமைதி ஒரு நிலை வருகின்றது. அதையும் தாண்டி வந்து மௌனம் என்ற ஒரு நிலை வருகின்றது. அதையும் தாண்டிய ஒரு நிலையே அந்த பேரின்ப நிலை. தேவை ஆழ்ந்த தவம் மட்டுமே, ஆழ்ந்த தவம் மட்டுமே. அறநெறி வாழ்க்கையோடு குருவிடம் சரணாகதி ஆகும் பொழுது மட்டுமே அந்த குரு உன்னை உன்னிடம் ஒப்படைக்கிறார். உன்னை உன்னிடம் ஒப்படைக்கிறார் ஒரு குரு. குருவால் மட்டுமே உணர்த்தப்படுகின்ற ஒரு நிகழ்வு முழுமை பேறு என்பது. அன்பர்களே, அனைவரும் முழுமையை, நாம் அனைவரும் முழுமையை என்று கூறி, குருவே சரணம், குருவே சரணம், குருவே சரணம் என்று கூறி முழுமையோடு கலந்து நின்று வாழ்த்துகின்றேன், வணங்குகின்றேன். குரு வாழ்க, குருவே துணை. குரு வாழ்க, குருவே துணை.
Thank you, Dr. Paldurai, for enlightening us on enlightenment and consciousness. Thank you very much. Be blessed by the divine. The next, last but not the least, let me call upon Professor Sankari Naresh to say a vote of thanks. Professor Sankari Naresh.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are quite audible, ma.
Thank you so much. வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். Be blessed by the divine. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of the conference event, Consciousness 360, Confluence of Science and Spirituality. I, on behalf of World Community Service Center, R&D Department, and the entire team here, extend very hearty gratitude to all the participants. Thanks to respected and most distinguished Davathiri Maharishi, Perur Adinam, Swami Guruvarananda Purnalaya, Arsha Vidya Samarprada. Would thank to Professor Jayanti ma'am to start the program with salutations of God and Guru, followed with meditation by Professor Rajasekaran sir. Thanks to Dr. Rabindranath for welcome address. Thanks to other distinguished Sky Professors Balachandar and Rajasekaran on Divinity, Professor Sathyamoorthy Gunduru on Universal and Biomagnetism, Professor Sathyamoorthy Bangalore Order of Function, Dr. N.A. Perumal on mind, Dr. Dhanapathy on genetic center, Dr. S.Latchumane, cause and effect, Professor Nakkeeran, life of consciousness, Professor Sathasivam on overall view of consciousness, Dr. Jayaprakash, Maharishi's poem, Professor N.K. Dhamodharan, meditation and consciousness, Professor Dr. Sekar on KAYAKALPA and consciousness, Dr. Paludurai on enlightenment and consciousness, Professor Sathyamoorthy ooty on imprint and consciousness, Dr. Ilamurugan on consciousness before birth and after death, Dr. K. Perumal on consciousness in daily life, Professor Sowmithran, MOUNAM and consciousness, Nallur S. Saravanan, consciousness according to VETHANTHAM and SITHANTHAM, and Professor Krish Murali Eswar, Bangalore, on brain and consciousness. Delivering various perspectives of Vethathiri Maharishi's consciousness philosophy. Would thank all Sky directors, Sky professors, and Sky aspirants for actively participating in this event. Special mention to Professor Rangaswamy, President, World Community Service Center, Hosur Zoom, for doing MC in style. Thanks to Professor N.K. Janagiraman sir and the entire technical team who made it possible today. Thanks to all the coordinators, Chinnasamyanna, Professor Kutralam, Dr. Rajasekaran Siddha, and the entire Vision R&D team. To Dr. Shanmugavel, the entire Bangalore team led by Dhanapathy and Karthik of Nimans Bangalore. Thanks to Delhi team, Professor Parameshwaran, Professor Naresh, and Professor Shivashankari. We thank our beloved President Padma Shri Aruladi S.K. Mailanandamaya for his leadership and guidance. May the blessings of Almighty and Guru Vethathiri Maharishi be with us always to conduct such events more often in future. Thanks all. Be blessed by the divine. வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
Thank you, Amma. Let us conclude with the Ulaga Nala Valthu. Before that, let me wish all of you all the best for all the participants. May the whole world enjoy good health, long life, prosperity, wisdom and peace. May I request Subha Vagini, Professor, come forward to say Ulaga Nala Valthu. World Peace Prayer by Professor Subha Vagini. Come. Subha, are you on the line?
So let her join. We will start.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. It was a great show. Congratulations to you and all the backup services from every one of you. We are proud of all this great consciousness 360 confluence of science and spirituality. Congratulations once again to all, one and all, for all the professors and participants who have patiently waited for the last 5 hours. Thank you very much, Doctor.
உலகமெல்லாம் பருவமழை ஒத்தபடி பெய்யட்டும். உலகமெல்லாம்
மழை
ஒத்தபடி பெருக்கட்டும். பல தொழில்கள் புரிகின்ற பாட்டாளி உயரட்டும். பகுத்துணர்வை தூத்துணர்வு பண்பாட்டை
உயர்த்தட்டும்.
கலகங்கள் போட்டிப்பகை கடந்தாட்சி நடக்கட்டும். கல்லாமை கடன்வறுமை களங்கங்கள் மறையட்டும். நலவாழ்வை அளிக்கும் மெய் ஞான ஒளி வீசட்டும். நம் கடமை
அறவாழ்வு
நாட்டத்தே சிறக்கட்டும்
நம்
நம் கடமை அறவாழ்வின் நாட்டத்தே சிறக்கட்டும்
நம்
நம் கடமை அறவாழ்வின் நாட்டத்தே சிறக்கட்டும் நம் கடமை வாழ்க வையகம் வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
நன்றி நன்றி நன்றி
நன்றி. Be blessed by the divine.
என்ன கேள்வி?